This course that you're about to take is a compilation of 14 different videos made on the topic of front-end development. If you want to learn through each of these videos separately, I'm going to leave the link down below in the description for the series. But if you want to watch it all at once here, that's okay too. This is focused on project creation. We'll be creating an astrology sign and birth date calculator website using just vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I believe it is very informative and it is very useful for beginners and especially people who want to go from beginner to intermediate in the terms of web development and front-end development. I really hope you enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. It's been some time since I last uploaded a video. I was taking a break and I was trying to figure out how this channel will be proceeding forwards. I'm not going to be talking too much about it. If you want to know more about the channel and how it's going to be going forward, you can check out the pinned comment down below where I explain this in much more detail. But today we're going to be starting a new project that we're going to be learning JavaScript, HTML, CSS. Those are the main front-end development languages. And I find it that always projects are the best way of learning. I did not see much more of an improvement in my development and program skills until I started just doing projects from YouTube videos, projects from my own. So projects I think are the best way to really improve in a quick time period. So we're going to be starting the new project. And one thing I want to say about this project and its structure is I'm not going to be really doing something for intermediate or advanced or beginners. What I mean is, if you're a beginner, you could watch this. If you're an advanced, you can watch this. You might gain something out of it. But I'm not going to be going too beginner on it. What I mean by that is I'm going to be teaching you how to structure your JavaScript code, what are the best ways of coding, best practices, how to like paradigms of like developing HTML, CSS, how to make them both work together well. I'm going to be adding some advanced tips and tricks. I'm going to be assuming in general that you want to learn, and I find it's best that you people learn when it's not just about beginner syntax, but actually how the code works and detailed instructions. So that's how the code, that's how the overall project in this series is going to be going. So yeah, without further ado, let's start today with setting up our projects, right? So here you can see that I'm on the terminal. I can pull this up here. You can in VS Code, but I'm actually in VS Code. You can see here, and in VS Code, you can actually just put the terminal all the way here. Rarely you use that, but I'm just gonna do this just to give more focus on the creation system here. Now, it's very easy thing, right? To start an HTML, CSS, JavaScript project. By the way, we're going to be using vanilla for everything. We're not going to be using any libraries, any other frameworks like React. We're not even going to be using like CSS additionals like Sass or even Tailwind. I believe that the best way to learn a programming language or a coding language in this case, since HTML and CSS are really programming languages, but that's another topic. The best way to learn them, I think, is to start from the bare bones and not just add stuff like libraries and frameworks from the get-go. I want you to know the basic syntax and to master them before going over to other additional libraries and frameworks and stuff like that. So let's start, right? So we're gonna be needing a folder, right? We're gonna be needing a folder to house every bit of code that we have. Great. So now, if you don't really have any experience with the terminal, this is going to be a quick run through of PowerShell in Windows. If you are running currently on Mac OS, you might have the terminal. If you're running on Linux, again, you're probably running a terminal. And the syntax or the commands might just differ from PowerShell. Uh, but I'm going to be trying to explain them uh, as detailed as possible. First of all, to get PowerShell running on your VS Code, you need to create a new instance. Now there are so many ways of doing this. You can go to View, and I believe it is Terminal right here, or the shortcut is Control tilde. That is the tilde key that you can see here. You can most of the time find it around the top left here. For me, it's just under the escape uh keyboard button here. So we're just going to be opening and closing our terminal using this shortcuts. Now, the terminal is a way of interacting with your system, with your PC, without actually using your mouse. That's the basic use of the terminal. And I know you came into this video expecting to be learning JavaScript, HTML, CSS from the get-go, but as I told you, this is a bit of a different structure. We're going to be going through everything you need to become a master front-end developer. So I'm going to be focusing on so many different aspects here, and the terminal is one of them. To become a developer, a programmer, you need to understand the terminal. That's period. That's undebatable. So, like, it is a very wide topic, but I'm just going to be running through the simple stuff that you will going to be using here. So, ls, okay, so that's the first thing I want to show you. Now, when you type ls and enter, here you see the current folders that are in your current folder here, right? So your current directory is shown here on the left side. I'm currently on the E partition, null and projects, right? So this is my directory. If I click ls here, you can see this showing up. Now, ls is the default for most of the terminals, but I believe that dir is common for if you're using Windows command prompt. So that also works here in PowerShell, but it probably might not work for Linux and Mac users. Let's just clear this right now. Now, from this, you can actually see the clear here. If I go ls, you can see to clear the terminal. Since we don't really want there to be clutter, we can just type clear, or another shortcut is CLS. Now, CLS is the default for command prompt again. I believe clear is the only one that works for Linux systems. I'm not sure for Mac, you can just try it out. But we're going to be sticking with clear for the rest of this project. Great. So now we need to start by creating a folder to house our projects. I'm going to start by doing mkdir. Now, this is a very simple abbreviation. It is just make. You can see it's make directory. So we just abbreviated that to be mk, make dir, directory. Okay, so make directory is followed by the name of the directory you want to create. So what's the name of the directory you want to create? You want to create probably something like astrology sign. Now, I believe I did not tell you this. Like, it should be on the description somewhere, or maybe even in the title of this video. But we're going to be creating an astrology sign calculator. I know that I've talked so much about being more than a beginner course, and I'm introducing something that's very beginner and simple to make, but we're going to be getting so much complexity and so much knowledge out of creating this simple projects. But we're not going to be creating it as YouTube defaults like a YouTube tutorial. It's going to be made in a way that is production ready, scalable, and we're going to be going into very advanced stuff here. So mkdir astrology sign. Now, if I click ls here, type it and click enter here, you can see right here that I have a new folder. Great. So how do we actually move into that folder? Because currently we're just on the projects folder. So if we want to move to that, we want to say cd CD, again, it's an abbreviation. It is change directory, right? So I'm not going to rewrite that again. CD, change directory. So change into astrology side. Great. So you have to know CD. It's the one of the most important commands, like, period. So if you want to learn how to use CD, that will also help you in your overall programming, right? So for example, in HTML, you should be able to enter images, right? So for that, you use the directory system here, where dots indicates the current directory. So if I go cd dot, it means cd into the current directory, which isn't really going to be changing anything because we are changing from the current directory to the current directory. But if I go cd dot dots, you can see we are going one outside. So dot dot means outside of the current directory. So let's go back here. Now, if I go cd dot dots dot dots, that means if I use a slash, a forward slash separator here, what that basically means is that we are going to be doing two cd commands, right? So now we are going back to the null folder. We are out of the project and astrology. Now, what we did was basically go to again, the reverse, right? So if we want to go to the projects, we can go to the projects and then we can go to astrology side, right? And we can exit by saying cd out, again cd out. But that's very slow. So we can actually chain these commands. So this means cd projects, then from the projects, go to astrology side, right? And cd outs means you go out not one step at a time, but together. You can chain this however long you want. It doesn't matter as long as the directory you are getting out of does exist. For example, we're on the astrology side. If I go ls, we can see nothing because we don't have any subfolders here. If I go like src, you can see cannot find path here because it does not exist. So as long as you are going to a path that does exist, you're not going to be facing this error. So let's just clear this and we have our actual folder here. Now, it would be much easier if we could code period. Now, currently, I don't really have any folders open in VS Code. So the best way of actually working is to open the whole folder, or if you go here, I think it's open folder here. You can do it like this, but again, just get in the habit of using the terminal. So we're just gonna go code period. So code period or code full stop. Let's just get this AI out of the way. We don't really use AI in this channel. So by just doing that, we opened this astrology sign folder in VS Code. Now notice that it is not showing uh, no folder opened. It's actually showing this astrology sign. And notice that if we actually open the terminal, control tilde again, you can see it is loading initially into the astrology side. Okay, great. We have learned so much about the command line, but one thing I forgot actually, which you might be uh, frustrated with, since I didn't really say this at the start, is you can change your partitions from, for example, I have a C partition, so I can do this, right? Change it to C is C colon. Change it back to E is E colon. So again, C, E colon, right? We are changing or switching our partitions. So I should have probably told you that on the beginning since it's very important. Sorry for not doing that. Hopefully you are more acquainted with it currently. So now we can create our project on this folder. Great. So I think we're hitting around the 14 minutes mark on this video. We learned about terminals and I told you, I believe, a bit about how this project is going to be going. So hopefully you got a better idea of that, and hopefully you got a bit of a better understanding of how the terminal works. And we're going to be continuing here the with the project in the next couple of videos. One thing before I finish, that which I forgot, is the touch command. Here we can create files using this plus icon. You can see it's new file, but I think you should be able to do it again from the terminal. For example, if you want to create an index.html file, it's index.html. So touch means just create index.html. Now touch is the default for both macOS and Linux, but I believe command prompt doesn't have the touch. I think it has the out, something. It has something like the out, like something like this. I don't quite remember the command, but honestly, I think you should be able to use the PowerShell and not. I would like you to go through this project using the PowerShell and not the command prompt. But if you are more familiar with the command prompt and you want to continue with it, feel free. I'm going to try to tell you all the variations as much as I can. Okay, if I click touch index.html, you can see touching index.html, and when we list all our directories, also this file shows up, and you can see from the sidebar it shows up here as well. Now, how to remove it, right? So let's just remove or rm index.html. So we just removed it. Now, if we make another folder here would be, just say, source, right? That should be opened up there. If you want to remove this, we can say remove source. Actually, in PowerShell we can, but I don't think you can do it in Linux. I'm not sure. So let's recreate it. So let's clear this again. If you want to remove this, you better say remove dir source, right? So that's the proper way of doing it. Again, if you create the source and if there are like an index.html here inside of the source, you cannot really just like go and say remove dir source. You get this prompt in PowerShell and you can say yes or yes to all, and you're just confirming that I want to delete this folder even if it has some additional content inside of it. And if you're on Mac and if you're on Linux, I think it's a bit different. It's been some time since I worked on it, but I think it is remove dir, recursive force, I think rrf. You can search for it actually. I really encourage you to search for it. Then source, right? So recursive force basically means this rf, that it has sometimes one, sometimes two, I don't remember, but this is called a flag. It's telling this command to do something differently. In this case, it's saying that I don't care if there are additional files inside of the folder, delete it anyway. So again, uh, it doesn't work obviously because one, the source folder does not exist. We already deleted it. But two, the recursive force flag does not occur in PowerShell. Instead, it is on Linux. Most Linux distros, I think Ubuntu, Arch, and macOS. Okay. But feel free just to search for stuff here. I'm not going to be telling you everything, not because I don't want to, but I think searching is a very powerful tool for any developer. And if you're able to search for what you want, and if you're able to uh, like find your answers from Google, not only AI, because if you're just using AI, you are replaceable and you won't be getting any good. So I encourage you for at least this series to stay away from AI and just search Google, go to Stack Overflow, go to Ubuntu Docs, go to I think there's a forum for Ubuntu which houses most of the Linux commands. Just search for any website and just experiment to find what works for you. And it might be annoying, it might be frustrating, but this is how you actually learn. So I think we've covered everything about the terminal. again, sorry, since I didn't really structure this well, I don't think you'll see the results. Sorry, the result. You'll see the reason in the in comment why this is the actual video type, why I'm not really reading off of scripts or stuff like that. Anyway, thanks for watching. That's all for today. Next time, I'm going to be actually going to be setting up our project. Today, we learned a bit about the terminal. It's very important, and most beginners don't know it. But now you do, and now you are on your way to become a 10x super developer. Again, thanks for watching. Till next time. Goodbye. So last time we have started this project by creating our folder, our directory for the projects. We also talked about how this project is going to proceed and also learned a bit about the terminal and some basic commands like mkdir, clear, um, cls for command prompts, cd, remove dir, remove for files, and we've learned so much. Something I forgot to mention, or actually, which I think I have mistaken, is for Mac and Linux users, don't use remove dir, rf, then your directory name to delete directories or folders which contain extra additional files, so non-empty folders. Instead, just remove this dir. I think this is the proper way of doing it on Linux. I'm not sure on Mac, but most of the time Mac follows like the same trajectory as for Linux. So use this uh, if you want. And if I just click this, for example, uh, you will see it won't really work. That's because this doesn't work for PowerShell, and throughout this course we're going to be using PowerShell. Okay, let's just clear it currently. So today we're going to be setting up our project directory even more. I know you want to dive straight into the code, but there are some things you want to do before you want to start there. Uh, and as I've told you, don't look at this course or mini course of sorts as just tutorials on YouTube. Look at them as lectures. They will take lots of times. They will be heavy on the information provided. Uh, but at the end, you'll have a really strong understanding of front-end development principles. Now, in reality, we can just start by saying index.html, and you can just like create your basic HTML skeleton and just write your code h1 hello world. You can do that, and that's totally fine if you are thinking about just creating a simple project for HTML, for learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be going a bit more advanced here. So we're just going to be deleting this. Yes, move it. Actually, I just want to permanently delete it. And if you don't know, a quick tip to permanently delete a file, just hold Shift while pressing delete. So you can see now this a new dialog which says it will be just deleted permanently. Great. So one thing before we start is this live server extension. So if you don't know, VS Code have like hundreds or maybe even thousands of extensions that will help you in your development. So one of the most popular extensions, you can see it's downloaded 71 million, almost 72 million times, is the live server extension, which will help you deploy your HTML code on a local server for you to test it, and you don't really need to refresh your code. You just have to save your code and it will directly be transmitted. The changes will be transmitted to your uh, browser. So just install this. You can just search for live server here on the extension search window, and just click it. You can see I already installed it. Just install it, and if it is disabled, make sure to enable it here. It might ask you to, for example, it might ask you to probably reopen VS Code to make it load onto your system. But after you do that, it will work flawlessly. Great. So we have our empty directory. What's next? I want you to now take a look at this software here. It's called Figma. Long-term viewers of this channel will know of Figma. We learn UI UX development on this channel as well. So you're probably familiar with it if you're a long-term viewer of the channel. If you're not, and if you're just looking to get on front-end development, you don't really have to master Figma. You don't really have to know most of that stuff, but it is a must in today's world to know Figma, to understand at least the basics of Figma, like moving, and like selecting and seeing properties here. It's a must because as a front-end developer, what you'll be doing is you're just going to be taking the Figma files that designers give you and you're going to be translating that into actual code. So this is very important to know. Now, Figma is a very wide piece of software. It's a very complicated to cover in one video. I have lots of tutorials on this channel to see Figma in action more. But I'm just going to show you the basics here as a front-end developer, what you should know. What you should know. The first thing is in Figma, uh, you sh you have this side panel where you can go through all your pages and look at these pages later on. Also, you have your layers here. Now you can see I have this thumbnail layer, and if you have used something like Photoshop or Illustrator, it might be familiar. It's in a hierarchy of content here. And also, as you click on something, for example, if I click and select this code, which is highlighted with the box here, you can see it has so many properties, and because it's is text, it has some typographic properties like the font, weight, line height, or letter spacing and stuff like that. If I instead like select an SVG here, you can see it doesn't have all of that. It just have dimensions, and you can edit SVG, stuff like that, but you don't really need to know that. You have to know that uh there are some common properties like the fill and the stroke and the effects. Now I'm not going to be going through all of these because they are mostly not important for just front-end developers, but you have to know how, for example, if there are drop shadows, you have to go to this effects panel here and see the properties to better translate them into CSS. Another thing is motion. Now, in order to pan out and into your projects, you can just hold Control and scroll wheel. Just by doing that, you can zoom in and zoom out. In order to move, you can hold space and just move, drag, and just move your window here. Great. Now let's move on. This is the thumbnail. By the way, this file will be provided for you completely for free. Just go down to the description down below and grab that file from Figma. You would have to have a Figma account. I'm using the Figma desktop as you can see here, but you don't really need it. You can just use it directly from your browser. But I really like the desktop app and I recommend you try it out. Okay, great. We're not going to be talking about the cover here. This is just the cover for the Figma file. You don't need to know that. We're just going to be going to pages and I'm going to show you the design right now, what we're actually going to be building. So this is the actual website we're going to be building. I'm sorry if this is lagging a bit. I don't know why. Figma is most of the time pretty smooth. Uh, for some reason they decided to lag. Maybe it's OBS. Anyway, we're gonna continue here. Uh, just we have a simple website homepage, and this will be basically what we're going to be building. Now, at the face of it, it sounds or and seems it looks simple, right? We're going to be looking into so many different things, and you'll be amazed of the amount of content we can fit into this. Now, we're going to be looking into the design more as we go throughout this course. But I want to redirect your attention to the assets page here, where we have our logo and our signs here. Now, obviously, these are not the only assets that we're going to be using. Also, we'll have to add this cool little accents here to make the website more interesting. We're going to be dealing with that more in the future. But for now, I just want to focus or highlight the primary assets, which are the logo, which is the logo of the app, which I just made in Figma. It's not really complicated. You don't really need to know anything about graphics design to become a front-end web developer. Some knowledge would actually help a lot, but not really necessary. Also, we have the size. You've seen I just colored them and I found them from somewhere else on the Figma community, where you could actually find this Figma file for free as well. Great, so we will be using all these files. So the first thing we want to do here is we want to prepare our project directory. Now you can see we have an empty directory here. And the first thing we want to do is actually just prepare that for our project. Now currently it's empty, so let's create a folder here. I'm going to create a folder using mkdir. Obviously you can do the same by going here under the new folder, but I would just want you to get into the habit of using the terminal. So mkdir, right? So from this we can go directly and create our assets folder. Our assets folder will house all of the images and assets, the different assets that we're going to be using in our file basically. So let's just hit enter and you can see our assets folder has been created. Now if you go inside of the assets folder, it is empty, but we don't really want that to be empty. We want to prepare it a bit, so we want to first go to cd and assets. Now you can do that, or I'm going to show you a different way. So first let's just do it this way: cd assets. We just move into the assets folder, and inside of the assets folder we can create a new directory or new folder called uh brand, which will house our logos and stuff for the branding, right? So let's just click enter and you can see a brand folder has been created. Now the other way of doing this, it's you can say mkdir asset. Now you can see I've cd dot, meaning I've come out of the website that folder, the assets folder. So I'm currently on the home folder, just the astrology sign folder here, and here you can see I can say mkdir, and I could just add assets slash signs. Okay, so this will be the folder for our signs, astrology signs, obviously. So this will be the folder for the signs. Wait. So at this point, mkdir asset signs, you can see we're creating the signs folder inside of the assets folder. So we're not just going inside of the assets folder to do it there. We are doing it all at once. So just a simpler and more efficient method. If I click enter here, you can see that a secondary signs folder has been created. So currently both of these are empty, and let's just clear this, but we want to fill them out. So how do we get our files from our images actually from Figma into our VS Code in our desktop, our computer, our project folder? Great. So before we think of that, there are two things we have to really consider. The first thing is, what kind of export are we using? Primarily there are two types of export. These are the PNG or raster images and vector images. Uh, Raster images, PNG, JPG, JPEG. Uh, so these are the sort of images or the form of media that you can't really scale forever. As you scale, the pixels won't really new pixels won't appear, but the pixels that are already there will be growing bigger and bigger. And for example, let me show you here. If I Control Shift C here, this is a quick shortcut in Figma to copy as PNG. Now, if I just go over here and paste it, now you can see as I make this bigger, you can see how pixelated it gets, right? So this is the drawback of PNGs, but naturally they are easier to work with. Now, if I instead copy this as an SVG, which is the default in Figma, you can see however much I scale, PNGs are calculated based on mathematical formulas, though they don't really get rasterized and pixelated. So but they are notoriously difficult to work with in HTML. So you'll need to know when to use both of them, and I'll try my best to explain when to use PNGs and when to use SVGs. But for today here, we just need to export these elements here. So what do you think is best? Most of the time, I would say the logos and brand identities will be SVGs because you don't know where you'll use your logo. They might be in a big format or in a small format, right? You don't know where you would use them quite. So the easiest way of exporting this is will be clicking export PNG and here export logo. Now, one thing to note is if you see here, it says logo.png because it is taking the name of the layer here. Great. So from this, we're just going to have to go to our project directory. And if you remember, it is, I think it was projects, right? Projects. Then from projects, it was astrology, sign, and you have our assets folder, then our brand folder, and logo dot actually it should be SPG, right? So let's just copy this for now. Let's change this to SVG here. I don't want it to be PNG, obviously. We have discussed about that. So just as SVG, now you can see it is instead logo.svg, and I just paste it here, and inside of the brand we can just save it. Great, so now it will be directly transmitted here, and you can even view your SVG here. Great, if I zoom in, you can see the SVG in full flow. Great. Now let's just transfer all of our signs. Now, there are two ways of doing it. One, the old way, and the most tiring way is just to select each of them and export them, just as we did. And two is just select everything here. I just click one of them, hold Shift, click this one, and it will select everything in between. And we can go to exports. And now do we use PNG or SVG? Now you can use both ways. Both ways would work in the current case because I don't really think we're going to be reusing these logos too much. So PNGs would work fine in this case. So the only place we're using our sign icons here is here, right? So here they are taking the width of 177 pixels and a height of 96. Now let's go back to assets, and here for the assets they have a height of 66 and a width of 64. Now there are two ways of doing this. Obviously, you can't really export them as PNG in their current form, so because they will get pixelated when you scale them to the needed dimensions. So what you could do is you could increase them like to 200 pixels, right? So when you increase them, then when you export to your folders and when you use it in HTML, you're resizing them down. So when you scale them down, they don't really lose their quality. Uh, that's one way of doing it. And the second way of doing it, which is, I think, the simpler and currently the best way of doing this, is to use SVGs because I feel that these will need to be scaled quite a lot. So I'm just going to be opting to use them for PNGs. One thing to note is most of the time, SVGs, sorry. One thing to note is most of the time I really do like to take icons as SVGs because as icons are naturally very resizable. You resize icons so many times in your project. So as long as they're icons, I typically use SVGs. But images like solid images, I prefer to use PNGs. Also, PNGs don't typically work best for backgrounds. So if that's the case, maybe consider using PNGs. Uh, yeah, so we're just going to be exporting them. Now we're going to go out of the brand, but instead go to the sign and here click save. Now, if we go to our folder, you can see everything is ready in this case. Now, great. At this point here, we are done preparing our project directory, but we are not currently just prepared for uh, just to start coding in HTML and CSS and JavaScript. We just need to do a couple of more things before getting into the actual code. But today we set up our assets folder. We learned about Figma and the basics, very much basics of Figma, just navigation and exporting files, very basics. I really recommend you to learn Figma, by the way, if I haven't really made that clear. Um, Next up, you can see that this project folder will keep on growing and you might want to use this. You might want to, let me just get this bigger, by the way, for you. Uh, that's much better. I think it's more visible for you as well. So I will want to share this project with you. So instead of sharing this folder, we're going to be learning about version controls with Git and GitHub. You might be familiar with it, but even if not, I'm just going to be trying to cover the very basics of Git and Git commands in the next video. So that's currently all for today. Yeah, thanks for watching. Next time I'm going to be looking more into Git and GitHub. Before we can get to coding, we need to do one more thing. It is called version control or committing your code. Now, think about this scenario. Let's say you have a code base where you have written some code, it is functional, but you are working with a couple of people, maybe a large team, maybe a small team, maybe just one person. Now, think of it in terms of you editing something in the code, and now the new code base should be accessible for both you and the other person working with you. Now, in that case, what people used to do before the invention of Git, which we're going to be talking about in a moment, they used to share their folders, right? So they shared their folders whenever a change occurs in the code base. They used to put the change in some sort of public cloud storage. So people, whenever they want to make new changes, they would have to download the whole code base from that storage, and then they can update or they can work on the updated, up-to-date code base. Now, that is really inefficient because if you're working with a large team, maybe 50 developers, 100 developers, whenever somebody does something to the code base, you have to download the entire code base. And from experience, I could tell you most of these code bases are not light. They are not 2 megabytes, 3 megabytes. They could range from anything in a production ready application. They could be 500 megabytes, they could be 5 gigabytes, they could be 10 gigabytes if it is big enough. So think of it like 500 people working on the exact same code base. When somebody makes a change, all the 500 people have to re-download again and again and again. When anybody makes a change again, you have to re-download, and that's very inefficient. So that's where the idea of version control comes in. And for version control, we're going to be using a software called Git. Now you can read here, Git is a free and open source distribution version control system designed to handle everything from small to very large projects with speed and efficiency. Now you don't really have to be a master of Git. Git is a very large software with so many commands and so many parts that you currently don't need. But even if you are working alone and you don't work in a team, even if you're a freelancer, you need Git, because using Git and GitHub, which we're going to be talking about in just a moment, using these two softwares, these two tools, is how you actually share your code to either your workmates, your coworkers, your team, your development team. For example, for this project, I'm going to be sharing my project here on GitHub, right? So if you go down below in the description and check it out, you should be able to see the GitHub repository for this project that we're going to be doing. And whenever we make changes, it will be updated. And that's another thing with Git. You can commit your code, meaning whenever you make changes, you can then upload those changes to GitHub or Git, right? So after you do that, after you upload it, what will happen is if you make a breaking mistake in one part of your code, you don't have to panic. You can just go back to that version which did not get corrupted, and you can work from there without having any major setbacks. Now let's talk about Git and GitHub. What are the differences? First of all, GitHub came much later than Git. GitHub is actually built on top of Git. So let's think about Git first of all. Git is the system. Git is the system where people actually share their code, they commit their code into a sort of pipeline where everything is being tracked. So it's a tracking system. Now, Git to be able to be shared across many people, because Git itself will be only on your device. To be able to share it, you need to put it onto a repository. Now, a repository is somewhere where your code will be available to people who have access, right? So it's not only limited to your computer or your system. When it is on a repository, anybody which you give access to can go and download the code and then get the updated code anytime some changes occur. Now, that repository is being provided using GitHub here. Now, GitHub is not the only repository management site or tool. There's actually I think there's one called GitLab, which is actually free and open source. But for beginners especially, I recommend you use GitHub here. Now, GitHub, typically Git and GitHub is a very heavy software. So you don't really need to know every single command. Like if you go to the commands, there are many commands, like hundreds maybe, and you don't really need to know all of them currently. Most of the things I'm going to teach you in this lecture, in this course, is that you don't really need to memorize anything. Don't fall into the trap of trying to memorize them. But as you work with these tools, you're going to get familiar with the syntax, with the code, with the commands, and through time, you'll know the actual commands that you're going to be using. Because like 80 or 90% of these commands you'll never probably use. But the ones you'll be using, you will be familiar with time. So time is a great teacher. Now to start, you first have to install Git. Now we can see the latest source release, which is the most stable one, is I believe 2.52.0. Now you can install it for Windows, but I already did. You can see I'm on Windows currently. But if you're on Mac, they should have one for Mac as well and for Linux as well. Actually, Git is provided for almost any operating system you can think of, for every even for every Linux distro. So you won't really face any issues from there. Then you would have to go to GitHub and just simply create an account. Now you can see I've already created my account here, and you can see I have some repositories. If I click more, this is actually my secondary GitHub account, so I don't really have many projects here, many repositories, but you can see I have some of them. Now we're just going to be starting today by creating a repository for this astrology sign project that we are doing. So let's start here. Let's go click this new, and you can see here new repository. Let's just click on it. Great. So you see owner, which is my account. I'm the original owner, and I'm going to name this astrology sign. Now, this naming is local, meaning it says astrology sign is available because I didn't create any prior projects with the same name. But if somebody else in the GitHub software ecosystem, if somebody else has this name, it won't really matter because it is local to my account. Okay, so let's go. Description, right? A simple astrology sign, astrology or zodiac, as they say here, zodiac. If I can spell zodiac sign calculator, made with vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay. In reality, you don't really need a description. It is completely optional. But it's a good thing to keep track of your projects. As your projects grow, you might not be familiar with them. So it's a good thing to give a short and brief description for your projects. I'm just going to copy this here for later. Now, configuration, right? So these are important parts. Let's talk about them. The first thing is the choose of visibility here, which I'm going to be setting to public. Now, the difference between a public and a private repository is a public repository is something where anybody which has a GitHub account can view your code, your repository. Anybody can just go in there and see your code. Now, if you're working on a project like a monetizable project or a SaaS or something, this might not be the same thing because anybody could copy your code. But so you might want to use private. In the case of private, only you, the creator, and people you give access to are the ones which will have the availability to actually view your code. Now I'm gonna keep it public because I want to share this with all of you, so you can just go in and just it's called pulling this, so you can pull or fork this repository. Forking means just basically downloading it to your system, so you can download it and play around with it. Unless you actually push it to this repository, the changes won't apply to the code base, so the changes will be local for you. Now, if you push it and I give you access, and if I like say the push is okay and we can add it to the system, to the code base, then uh, the code base will change into whatever you pushed it to, right? But unless I give you access, because I'm the owner here, unless I give it to you, the changes won't really be made, and I'm not going to be allowing any pushes for this repository, basically because I want everybody to have access to the same project which we're going to be building throughout this course. But I really want you to experiment, change the code, and do whatever you want with it. The license here, there are so many licenses, MIT, Apache, GNU, so many licenses. I'm not going to be discussing anything about this. Just know most commonly people use MIT licenses. I'm not going to be making any licenses because I really don't care what you do with it currently. So next thing is the README, which we're going to be adding. Okay, so before we actually start and we actually put our projects onto GitHub and commit it to Git, we need a README. So A README is basically something describing our repository. So think of it as a project description. So I'm just going to create a readme.md. Okay, so what is this? First of all, this readme name is the convention. GitHub will be looking for this readme in all caps. I'm not sure if you could, okay, maybe you could also put it in lowercase, but GitHub will be looking at it through convention. It is the readme with all caps. And the MD file extension is for Markdown, which is a syntactical language that uses different sort of syntax sugars to make a code, just random text code, be more presentable. So I'm just going to be creating this here. Now, I'm not going to be really discussing much about uh, a markdown file. You can study about it on your own, but I'm just going to be sharing with you a quick tips here and there. So how do you start? First of all, I'm just going to provide that same description. Sure, I'm going for first of all, actually, I'm actually getting stuck on my words here. We need a title and a description. So just putting some text here will make it just regular titles. But if I have a hash symbol before some text here, then this text will be a title. And VS Code, you can see, is actually highlighting this, making sure I know that I'm creating a title. So I'm just going to say astrology sign, which is the name of the tool or website we're going to be creating, and simple astrology or zodiac sign calculator made with vanilla CSS. It's the same as the description, obviously. So I'm actually gonna add one more thing here, which will be feel free to play around and experiment with this code base. Okay, great. So if I actually go make one hash, this actually becomes title a head one. If I add two, it becomes a head two, which is just a smaller title. If I add the third one, I believe it changes as well. So there are also so many syntax for Markdown, like there are links and stuff. But I'm not going to be sharing that. It's outside of the scope of this course currently. Maybe in the future we could learn more about this, because this is a very important language. People used to use it for blogs before CMS has become a large thing. So blogs really use this, and I think this is a very nice way of structuring your regular text. So we created a README file. So now we don't have to make this on. We can just make it off because we already have our README file already pre-created. Great. A git ignore file is actually very important. So this might be a bit weird. Seeing this, like there is no name, there's just dots extension. Like you might have seen something like exam.txt, students.txt, something like passwords.txt, but you never seen .txt alone. In this case, we are doing that. Dot git ignore. This is something that Git uses. So you can see if you're paying attention here, you can see that this is the same logo as for Git, right? So this basically means that everything in this folder will not be read by Git. In other words, it will be ignored by Git. So for example, if I put assets here, now what Git will do is when I'm putting my code on the GitHub, or when I'm putting my code on the system, on the Git sharing system, then the assets folder here will be ignored. It won't be included. Now, if I go readme.md, again, the readme.md won't be included. So here, both of these won't really be included. So this is a very important thing, because sometimes in your code base, you might have a list of passwords. You might have something called modules folder, which are very heavy, like couple of gigabytes worth of folders where you have additional installations that the actual code base doesn't need, not everybody needs those to be installed, or instead of putting them on GitHub, people should install them themselves on their system. I'm not going to get into that, but no, this is a very important file to make some elements not being committed to Git. Now I'm going to delete this because we don't really have anything of that source that needs to be hidden. So I'm just going to leave it there. Uh, Now let's go to our repository, and with everything ready here, we can just create. Now, after a moment, you can see I have this sort of page, and you don't really have to be overwhelmed. We just have to do this stuff for our repository to be on GitHub. So great. What do we do? First, let's close everything off here. Let's put this terminal on full flow. Uh, let's go through each line. Echo, this is, you don't need to do this because we already created a README file. We already done this. The code that was showing to you just here, this code is just used to create a readme.md file and add this code to it, just which is just a header with the astrology sign to it. Uh, a header with the text astrology sign. Great. Then we start with the first code, which is git init. Now you can copy that code into your terminal and just paste and run it, but I really recommend you type it out yourself because it is good practice and that's how you memorize the syntax. So as long as you're a beginner, I really recommend that you don't copy paste code. Try to at least write it yourself because that's how you memorize the syntax. Okay, so git init, what does this do? This initializes a Git repository. So now this folder will be inside of the Git system. So init stands for initialization, initialized empty Git repository. Now this is empty even though there are some files because we did not add those files to the system. Now you can see this pops up and the color of the folders and the files changes. This just indicates that we are currently running inside of a Git repository. Uh, Next, add README file. So this add README file, what it does is it adds the README file to the system, to the Git system again. But we're not going to be doing it that way since we want both this and this to be committed to the Git system or added to the Git system. Instead of saying git add readme.md, then again coming back and say git add assets, we're going to be doing that all in one go. Git add hyphen capital A. This means git add all. This basically means add everything to the GitHub system, right? So the Git repository. Add everything except files that are mentioned inside of the git ignore. Now, currently we don't have any git ignore file, so this really won't apply. But know that adding everything, adding all, just totally goes with the git ignore and avoids everything written in that file. So let's just first click enter here and you can see some warnings and you can just ignore these. This is just updates like Git will replace CRLF the next time Git touches it. We don't really need to know this currently. It might seem just you might see this warning and be afraid, but really don't think about it currently. In the future, we might talk about this, but just ignore it for now. Just know that everything has been added currently. So you can see now there's an A, and if you hover over it, actually, VS Code does this nice thing where it shows you that it is added or indexed into your repository. And if I go to any file, you can see this A or index added icon, which shows you that it has been successfully applied to Git. Now, moving on, this git commit, this is very important. This basically means now that we added all of these files, we want to take these files and actually put them inside of the system. Okay, that might seem a bit absurd. Like I just told you that we are putting the files inside the system, but that wasn't the case. I was lying. What this actually does is, what git add does is it puts these files on the system to be observed, meaning Git will now be aware of these files and Git will be observing them. But Git won't really have access to them, or Git won't really have anything to do with them. Just it is known by Git and it is put there on the system. By saying Git commit, we are actually committing these files to Git. So everything inside of those files, the content, every new content after every commit, and when you make some changes, you have to make Git commit. Because Git commit basically means now you have access to these files, take them. Okay, so I'm going to say Git commit init initialized repository. Okay. So this /m is a flag. It's called a flag. Basically what a flag is, it's just an extension of a command that adds some information to it. Now this /m means message. So with this git commit, we are adding this message called initialized repository. Now when we click enter, now Git will commit these to the system, will add them to the system. Everything from their content, for the images, the content, every change will be now put to Gits, right? So before, when we said git add, we were just adding these files to be observed, but now we were actually sending them to be stored, right? So that's the best explanation. Observed, then stored. Now you always need a message because you will be typically consistently adding many commits. Whenever you make changes, you will be adding commits. So by doing that, without any messages, you won't really know which commit is which. So typically in a project there are hundreds. In a large scale project there are thousands of commits, maybe even millions in some extreme cases. So this message is very important. So I'm just going to click enter here. Now you can see initialized repository added every file, and now they are committed. Now 14 changes have been observed because there are 14 files, I think, and initially, because there wasn't anything committed to Git, the 14 will be considered as changes. Okay, let's move on. So we need 3 more commands for this whole system to work. The first of those 3 is branch. Git okay, Git branch, I think it's B, or is it M? Yeah, it's M. Git branch M main. What is this code? Git branch M main. Now Git will have many branches. A branch is basically an extension of the primary code base, used to be handling a different entry to the code base. Let me explain that in easier words. For example, you might be working on software. Say that software is Google. You might be working on Google, and maybe somebody is working on the front end, right? So adding some icons, making it look better, and somebody is working on the algorithm. So you want the person to be able to add the icons and work on the front end freely while you are working on the algorithm. So what you do is you separate or branch the code base into 2 parts, where you could both work on it, and then you can merge the branches later on. Now we're not going to be talking about merging in this course because it's a bit complicated and out of topic, but probably in the future. But we're going to be creating a main brand because every Git initialization needs a main branch for everything to be, once everything is committed, once everything is just uh, merged, it will be ending on the primary branch, which is the main branch here. Then finally, let's just copy this. If you see, it is https://github.com/my account here /astrology sci, which is the same thing right here. But here the difference is it is a .git extension. So what is git remote add origin, right? So what is this? So git remote add origin means obviously git only works on our system. So for it to be able to function on other systems, we are putting it onto GitHub. Now GitHub is called a remote repository manager. So we are adding a remote repository, and its origin is this creative. So we just created this astrology sign repository, right? So we are just setting the public origin here to be this URL, except there's a .git indicating that it's just not a URL, and it's actually a Git file. So this astrology sign.git is actually a file. So yeah, let's just add that. Let's just click enter here. And most of the time you're not seeing any things, but just make sure that to see your code base here, you can see that the blue color has faded away because we are actually putting it, or we committed it, right? So it's called committing. So once you commit, this code will not show you the blue color because there aren't any new changes, right? If there were any changes, like let's say this, I save it, you can see it becomes blue because these new changes have not been committed. Now if I remove those new changes, and if the original state of the file remains, then VS Code will not show me the changes, the blue color here, because nothing could be added to Git currently, because everything's up to date, right? Finally, this is git push u origin main. Now, this is the last time you will be doing this. Any subsequent times after you create a repository, you're not going to use u origin main. You're just going to be saying git push, and it will automatically know that you want to push to the origin, which is this, and the main, which is the main branch. So this basically means git put okay. Let's just clear this. Sometimes this happens in VS Code. Let's say git push, meaning take the commit. So as long as you don't push the commit is still on your system. But once you push it, then it will become available on the repository and everybody could enjoy it, right? So everybody can see your changes once you push. So before you push, this still using just git, and when you push, now you are talking with your remote repository on GitHub. So git push, then you can see, if I go back, you can see there's the U flag. We basically use the U flag for the first initializing push, because up to this point, Git hasn't really connected with the remote repository on GitHub. So it really hasn't connected. So you have to use this /u, which is very important for your first push. But after that, you can freely just say git push. Again, something on your first initialization is you have to say origin main. We have talked about this. Obviously, the origin means which remote repository are you talking about. And now if you just say origin main, Git won't really know what origin is. But since we already added the origin here, you can see now Git knows that the origin is this. And if you just say main, Git won't really know what main is. But since you already created the branch and switch to the branch main here, Git knows that the origin is this repository, remote repository, and main is a branch, the primary branch on that repository. So that's a lot of talking, but after everything, when we click enter, it will load, it will connect with Git, and it will just send out the files. Here you can see a writing object 14.06 kilobytes. and everything should be ready. Now, to test if this worked, what you can do is very simple. You can just go here and reload the page or refresh, and now it has changed. Now you can see this is the title in bigger form, right? We have our description and some code, just some text here, and you can see initialized repository, meaning this file has been updated on the initialized repository commit. So it hasn't been uh, this isn't the really complicated when you think about it. At first, it would be intimidating, but after time, it's become simple to use Git. So you'll be familiar with it more and more. Now you can also start a GitHub repository, which I'm gonna do basically just to show you, which basically means I like this repository, and you can fork it. I cannot fork this uh, because this is my own and I already have access to it. But you can fork it and just use it. Forking basically means taking it onto your system. Now you can clone it. What you need to do to work with this here is clear. You have to clone it. Okay, so you have to clone it. You can just copy this. So use this, right? So get to your terminal, say git clone here. Okay, doing this, what it does basically is uh, it will create a folder called astrology site for you, and then it will get every code that is in this repository into that folder. So that's how you get your code. Instead of just downloading it, unzipping it, this is much easier because you can then push and pull. And there are so many things we can talk about Git, but I think I don't really want to overwhelm you. This video is long enough as it is. So yeah, we discussed about Git. We got our Git repository set up, and now you can access it via the link in the description down below. Uh, Thanks for watching, and next time we're going to be starting coding in HTML after everything now has been done. Next time we're going to be starting to go with the code. So now that the setup for our project is complete, we are currently in the Figma file here, which is provided to you through the link in the description down below. Also, we have the code repository here, which also is provided for you down in the description. We actually work on creating this repository with every image that we will need for this project. And yeah, we're going to be continuing here working on the HTML code for this website. We're going to be starting right away here. Now, you can see that we don't have an HTML file. And the question might be, where do we put our HTML file? Should we create a separate folder, or could we just put it out in the open? And the answer is, it depends on the sort of project, but I'm gonna be talking about this project that we are currently making using vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And when the deployment time comes, deployment basically means launching your website for everybody to be able to view. When that time comes, you would want your primary HTML file to be able to be read by the server that will be deploying or hosting your websites. So most servers have a convention that they use to identify the entry HTML file or the primary HTML file, which will be the homepage of your website. So that's that HTML file will have the name index.html. Now we have talked about the test command here. The test command basically creates a file in the current directory, which is the astrology sign root directory. And by just clicking enter, we are creating the index.html file here. Now we're just going to be closing this terminal since we're not going to be using it for today. And here we have an index.html file. just know that the .html extension belongs to HTML files, obvious, and the index name indicates the home page or the index page, as it used to be known. So the index.html is just by convention the primary HTML file that the server will be looking for when deploying. So we have this the file. So how do we start? First of all, I'm going to click exclamation mark, then enter. Now, if you're working on another text editor, like maybe Atom, uh, Notepad, maybe Notepad++, anything else, this won't work. This code will not be generated. This only works because I'm in VS Code, and this is called image abbreviation for VS Code. But you can just retype this. Just pause the video and type this out, or you can find the source code down below in the description, so you can just copy from there. But I'm just going to explain some of this code right here. First of all, we have the doctype HTML tag. This just indicates the version of the code here, the HTML code. Now, obviously, programming languages or coding languages do have versions, right? So just like a game would have version 1, and this will be updated to version 2, 2.1, 2.2, 3. And the same way, a programming language, in this case, this is not an actual programming language. HTML is known as a hypertext language, or you can just call it a coding language. In this case, it does not, doctype.html, actually, this specific tag just indicates that we are using the version 5 of HTML, which is telling the browser, hey, take this file and from now on, just use the HTML5, sort of the HTML5 version syntax to interpret it into the browser. Great. So we have set that up, and next we have the HTML with the lang attributes. This HTML is just a wrapper. Everything that will be written as part of our HTML code will be written inside of this HTML wrapper here. So this will be just wrapping our primary code here. Now, we also have this, which is called an attributes. Now, we also have an attribute here, but this is just convention. You don't have to think about this. When we talk about this attribute right here, it just tells the browser that the current HTML page is written in English. Also, there is US English, UK English, but we can just say English. Yeah, since we're our website, if you take a look at it here, it is written in English. Next, we have two elements, right? We had the head and the body. Now, the head is for elements that won't be directly shown in the body of our HTML. Instead, we use the head to talk to the browser and search engines. Now, consider this. We have a title here. Let's call this astrology site. And I'm actually going to save this and right click here and click open with live server. And that's from the extension here. If I just search live server, you can see I've already installed it and activated it. So yes, we will be using this live server extension. And if I click open with live server here, it should take a minute and it should start up on port 500 here. And okay, it is opening in a different browser. I will be using Chrome for this. uh okay, yeah, so it is actually running on port 5500. We can actually just do it from there directly. I'm just gonna open up Chrome here, and just I'm gonna get in on guest mode because we don't really need anything for this. And we can actually just go to port localhost on port 5500. Now for you, this should probably just open up on Chrome. I changed my default browser to Zen, so that's why it didn't automatically open it in Chrome. For you, it should work as normal, as usual. And we are currently on localhost 5500. And you can see here, it says astrology sign, which is the name of our website. Great. Now, this means our browser and our website, our code is communicating through the head here. Everything in the head will be used to communicate with the browser. Now, you can see some meta tags. These are meta tags just basically give more information to the browser. Currently, we have two meta tags. The first one is charset UDF8. This just tells that we are using UDF8 characters, which are just basically the default English characters. H, T, M, E, A, B, C, D. These less than and greater than signs, this exclamation mark, equals, quotations, everything you see here is listed under the UTF-8 convention. Next up, we have this long line of code. This basically just tells our browser to keep the default width of our website, and you don't really have to understand what that is currently. Just know that we can go to inspect here, and if we click here, we can view our websites in different modes. So this just communicates with our browser and tells it just keep the default widths and heights, just resize them, and not really create new sort of uh, new dimensions outside of the screen. It's a bit complicated to really talk about currently, but just don't worry about it. Just know that some of this code that I'm going to be showing you just has to be there. You don't really need to completely understand it. Sometimes in programming, it just has to be there. Okay, great. So we can now move on. Now, how do we go about creating something like this? Now, this might seem intimidating and very hard to master, but how do we go about actually doing it in a simple way? And I'm going to be showing you a very simple way of doing it throughout this course. The first thing that we're going to be needing here, let me just take a minute here to duplicate this. And I'm just going to lock this layer so I can just not interact with it. Okay. So for today, let's try to create the HTML for the navbar here, right? Okay. So how do we start? The first thing you have to understand is there are two ways of writing HTML. You can write it in a semantic manner or in just a regular block manner. What does that mean? A block manner basically means that you can use a div or a paragraph tag to write everything, right? But a semantic manner means you will use the appropriate elements to create the appropriate sort of visuals. Now, both actually work, but semantic is much more preferred. Why is that? First reason, semantic tags give you more accessibility. For example, if somebody is using for visually impaired people, if they are using a screen reader, then if you do everything in a div, there won't be any separation in the way the screen reader reads your content. But if you use semantic tags like H1, then something like P, and links like A, and buttons with button here, if you use these sort of tags, then the reader will actually give them the proper sort of sounds, and it will make it life easier for people who are using screen readers and other accessibility modes. So that's very important to make your website as accessible as you can. The second thing is that you will need to make your life simpler by just using easy to use semantic tags. Let's say you want to create a button, right? So we can just say button and let's say submit. Let's just save it. And when I save it, actually, you can see in the browser, it automatically just creates the submit button, which is pretty cool. So we don't have to refresh it. So if you are using live server, if you don't, you have to save it here and refresh here. But since I'm using live server, I don't really have to refresh. So I can make this, it just makes it easier. Now I have the submit button here and I can click on it. I can interact with it. When I hover, there is a sort of a difference. If I have a form, when I click submit, it will submit the form to whichever server I specified. So it has so many good features, right? But let's say I just want to create a submit button on my own. I can just create a div here and nothing. It's not styled. When it can't be clicked currently. When I click it, nothing happens. I just have to recreate that functionality from scratch. So that's not good. So you have to use semantic tags. And HTML has many tags, many tags over like I'm not sure even the number. There are many tags, and most of them you're not going to be using it for the rest of your life. I assure you. Like most of them you will not come across. But I'm going to be trying to share throughout this course the tags that you are going to be working with heavily. So let's just start out and go one by one over the tags and over how we will actually be structuring our HTML. First thing to note is that everything in HTML is a rectangle. Let me just create a rectangle here. Let me just remove its fill and give it a stroke. I want to make it red. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger here. Okay. Now you can see there is this image, the logo, and there is this astrology sign, which is the brand's name. So both of these elements are just simply squares, not squares, rectangles. If I duplicate this and bring this over here, this is also a rectangle. If I go over here, now you have this title. Now this title as a whole is a rectangle. Now, since we are separating this date of birth element into a different color, that means this date of birth alone itself is its own rectangle. You can see how this goes. Everything in HTML is a rectangle. Even when you see these rounded edges, even when you see these shapes, right? Everything is still a rectangle. So think of it in that way. I'm just going to take everything here and remove them for now since we don't need them. And I'm going to think of them all as rectangles. And what I like to do in HTML is start out by laying all our elements out. So for example, today we're going to be working on this navbar. So we have one element, two elements, three elements, right? So I'm just going to put them down. I'm just going to put them straight into the HTML. I'm not going to be styling them. I'm not going to be making them side by side here. I'm not going to be structuring anything. I'm just going to take these elements and just put them in our HTML file. And you'll see why as we keep on going, we're going to make them work better. So let's start with the image. For images, use the ing tag. Now the ing tag has two attributes. Attributes are basically properties of an element that tells HTML how to render that element. So let's start with the alt attribute. The alt attribute is just used for screen readers, right? Images, obviously, people using screen readers, visually impaired people, can't really see the images, right? So we can use the alt here to give them a description of the image. And this is very simple. I'm just going to say uh, a star, a blurry star indicating astrology science logo. Instead of indicate, I'm going to say representing. So this will just give people using this a simple sort of identification. Now, one thing about HTML is HTML uses trimming, meaning if I have one space, it will assume that I'm using one space. But if I have something like this, HTML won't really know the difference. So HTML would just assume that I only want one space. Now there are ways over it, but this is the default behavior. So this means we can separate our code into different lines to make it easier to work with. Great. So for the source, we have the logo and assets brand logo.svg. So how do we get it into the actual website? Okay, think of what I told you in the terminal section, right? So how do we move using dots, stuff like that, right? So very simple. So currently we are in the astrology sign since like we are on the HTML file, index.html, which is on the root. Now we want to get inside of the assets folder. So we could just say assets. Great. Now we got inside of the assets folder. Now we have two folders, but we want to get inside of the brand folder. We want to say /brand. Great. We want to now go inside of the brand folder. We did. Okay, great. Now we have this logo.svg and we want to get that. So how do we get that? We want to say /logo.svg. So this means we are completely ready. If you just follow this link, it will take you to this file right here with the file content shown as this our logo, okay? Basically. Great. So if we now save and go to the website, you can see that it is showing, but it is fading away since the edges are white and we did not change the background color of our website. So currently it's not too visible, but no problem. The most important thing is that we got it onto our website. Great. So we can continue. What next do we have? The next rectangle is this astrology signs. Okay, great. So how do we get this? What tags should we use? What I tend to do for like text that is very small, many times just a word or two. What I tend to do here is I want to make them very much into a span. A span is basically just an element that represents a very small amount of text. Now, if I have so many text, very large, like lorem 400, if I have this much text, I would want to use a paragraph. But this is very simple, just a single word. So I'm just going to say astrology sign. Okay, great. At this point, with this point here, uh, we have, okay, let's just save it. We have a problem. We got those two elements in, but they are not functional. Most of the time when you click on the identity section, which is this one, the logo and the name, you will be transferred into the home page. Now, since we already only have one page, it really doesn't matter. But just to be accurate, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make both of these clickable links. Now we can do it this way. We use the a href or anchor href tag to go slash this slash basically indicates the root being the index.html. So if I do this, okay, sorry, if I do this and if I actually put this inside of the index.html file, what will happen is basically that this image will be clickable. If I go to the website here, now you can see my mouse cursor changes, and if I click, I'm transferred back into the first page. And since it's the same page, it doesn't really show. But now I want to do the same thing here. Now instead of saying a href and adding it here as well, I can just take this and move it up. By the way, I'm moving these lines using Alt. So hold Alt and up and down arrows, and I will just move it. So now both of the image and the span here will be inside of the link, and the link will have an href telling it to go to the home page. The slash is inside of the href. The job of the href is basically to tell the browser where to go on the buttons, on the links click. So here you can see it's changed. This is semantic HTML, because semantic HTML, like A, for example, the anchor tag changes the visuals, making it obvious that this is a link. Now, obviously, next time we're going to be changing it. We're going to be changing how the link looks. But it's just cool that HTML does this for us to show or to indicate that this is a link. Also, this hover, this pointer also comes because this semantic type, and that's another use. Instead, we should have had to just do it in CSS, program the hovering icon and stuff, but since we are using semantic HTML, it does it all on its own. Okay, next up, let's move here, and I'm gonna add this little section here. This was I think this was something made as a part of a school project. So yeah, I'm just gonna include that. It really doesn't add too much difference, but instead I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna say made by Web Studio, right? So I don't remember when I designed that file. It's been a long time. Yeah, I'm just gonna say here. Now, since it's a small text, I can just add span here, right? So made by Web Studio, it's like a couple of words. I'm just going to assume this is a span. And I'm just going to say made by Web Studio, the name of the channel. Okay, great. Right, so I'm just going to save this. I'm going to go back here. You know what? I'm just going to keep it the same here. No reason really to change it. Made by 12 natural A students. Group, okay, group 6. Let me just keep it the same. I just wanted to make this as authentic as possible because I really want the design to be completely translated over. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Okay, so great. We have now this text here, and you can see everything side by side, but it's not how it's supposed to be. And it's fine. It's totally fine. We're not styling anything. We're just trying to make the code translation smooth as possible. Now we can end it here today. I think that's enough if you work on this here. But I remember I forgot to put this accent into the website, so into the package here. Yeah, so maybe you should just enter that. I'm just gonna go to export. Should I now take this as a PNG or an SPG? Now this will be scaled. I think this will be scaled too much, so I really don't want to ruin it using a PNG. So I'm just gonna decide to make it an SVG. So I don't know the extent to how much it will scale, since it takes over the screen size, and most screen sizes could be very small or very big. So yeah, let's just export this, and we're just gonna be exporting it Okay, sorry here. Let's just go to our project again. It is, I think it's projects, astrology side, right? And assets here. Great. Now we can go to brand. I didn't know. Okay. It's just accents. Accents are basically shapes and colors that just make the website look more fun here. I'm just going to give them their own separate folder, and I'm just going to say hero accents, home accent, actually, home accent. That is VG. I'm just going to save it there, and here you should see under accents here, home accents. Great. So now we have the sort of cutoff accents here, which will be scaled and it will work very nicely. Okay, thanks for watching. I hope you guys are really enjoying and getting value out of this course. Next time, we're going to be continue with the home page, HTML. But before that, I forgot something here. Really sorry. But we need to commit our code. Since we already have this code changed, we should commit it to Git. So I'm just going to say git add all the changed files, the additional files, git commit with a message. Now I'm just going to say setup basic HTML, right? Now git push, we don't do origin main here because we already did that one time. We can now just say git push. And now we committed our code to the repository, but now we are pushing it. So when you go down the description and click the link to go to the repo here, you will just find the updated code. Okay, great. Everything is ready. Now we can just move on next time to more of the HTML. Thanks for watching. Meet you next time. Okay, last time we finished working on the HTML basic skeletal structure, including the version control here with the doctype HTML, HTML container, head, and body. Now we can continue working on our actual HTML page. Let's just take a look at the project here. At the design, you can see we just finished creating the top components, which is this logo, the name, and this just tag. Next up, we will be creating one, two, and this form, and together with this model here. So let's start. Very easy, as we discussed previously. You just need to take everything as a rectangle. For example, I'm going to take this as a rectangle and just insert them. Now for this, what would be the best tag to use? Obviously, you might have noticed it would be H1. So we can just say H1, and I assume it is enter your dates of birth. Okay, so let's just say enter your date of birth. But okay, so now we can just save it, and I'm going to right click again, open with live server. Now this live server should open up on the port 500 on the browser here. Okay, yeah, so it is opening up, and you can see enter your date of birth right here. Okay, let's just get the browser, close we're in. Let's just remove this and let's continue. What comes after the header? Obviously we have this, right? So we can just select it and we can just copy it from here. You can write it out if you want. It doesn't make any difference. I'm going to go down, and I think since this is a good bit of text, I'm going to use the paragraph, and I'm just going to paste it here. Great. So this just says use the format date months, date/month/year to enter your birthday. Okay. Now at this point, if we go back, we can see in the browser that the actual content is being written and updated perfectly. Now we can move on. We can go here. And now this is, we can't really put this all on its own, considering this is actually a form. So I'm just going to be using a form component to hold everything here. Great. So how do we do that? Let's just create a form here. And we don't need the action currently since we're not going to be working with any servers in this course. We're just going to be focused on the front end. But inside of the form, we'll need a couple of inputs, right? So this, and this, three inputs for the date, month, and the year. Simple. We're just going to be needing inputs. Now you can technically just use a date form type, which works actually, which is in some cases the best way, but I opted to use a sort of uh, you can say it is a sort of more custom uh, a custom here. Sorry, I'm trying to say that this is a custom form with custom inputs here. So listing of how we can do that. We're just going to start from here, the date. Actually, the button is quite simple. So I'm just going to include that before we go on to the complex parts, which is fine. It goes without saying that HTML reads your code in order. So this will come before this, and this, then this. So you just have to make sure that all of your code is in the proper order to be shown. But the order you write it in is of no consequence. Okay, button you can say see your side. Great. Now let's go one up here. And let's see. Let's talk about the date first. So the date here is a number, right? So this date could be a number from 01 to 30. Okay, great. So we can just say input, and we can say the type would be numbers, right? Like we can say the type is number. And if we go back here, and actually let's see here. If we go back, we have this sort of counter indicator here, which is quite nice. We can go up and down like this. We can write whatever we want here. We can do 1 2 3 4, or we can say 0 1 0 2 0 3 0 4. It doesn't matter. The way this actually should work is we can't go below 0, below 1 actually, because a month starts from 1 and ends at 31. And actually, your actual assignment for this project would be to make it work only for up to 29 or 28 for February, and to make it work for only at the point of 30 for most dates and 31 at other dates. Now we're not going to be working on that. Instead, we're just going to be showing a sort of error if that date doesn't exist. But I think that's a cool thing for you to practice on your own. So for now, though, we're just going to give it a max and a min. So let's start from a min. I'm going to say the min would be 1 and the max would be 31 actually, since some dates do have 31. Okay, so we can just collapse everything here. I like to organize my code like this to make it easier to read in the future. So now if we go back here, you can see if I try to submit, value must be less than 31. But if I go 31, it works. It refreshes because there isn't anything working with that, but it does work. So if I go 1, it works. If I go something like, if I try to go above 31, it does work. If I try to go below 1, it doesn't work. If I try to enter 12, for example, value must be greater or equal to 1. So everything here is working. Great. So this is our dates selector, and obviously we could have just used a div and done some manipulating to make it work, but by using inputs and forms here, most of the heavy lifting is being done by the software or the code. Okay, so also we want to make this required, meaning the user cannot submit the form without entering date of birth. Also, we want to place a placeholder, and I'm just going to make this placeholder 01. Maybe let's think of the first dates, right? It doesn't matter what the placeholder is, but we can go now. If we go 03, 0201, it works. Not only one, but actually 01 actually works. And that's fine. But typically in a date, you would want to make it 01, 02, and that would be your assignment. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a sort of attributes to get it working like that. But it doesn't matter currently. You could research it, right? So I want to leave parts of this course for you to research. Now this won't be this code will be scalable and would be able to work without any errors. But some bit of quirky functionalities, like only accepting 01, 02 instead of 1, 2, also working on the max dates for some months, that will be mostly up to you, because it's a good practice overall. Okay, great. So yeah, so we can now continue here. We have our dates, and you see, like, if this did not exist, we could not have known what this was for. This could be the months, this could be the year, we don't know, this could be age, for all we know. So but since there is the format, dates, months, and year, I think this is good bit of UX. Obviously this course is not UX, and rather it is just the coding part of web development. And like, I did not put some things in here to make this easier to digest, but it's good to know. It's good to know. Okay, next up, the February. Now here, okay, let's go add another input here. And what should this be? Obviously, it should be text, but it should also have values, right? So possible values. We can do that using the pattern, but I think to make it easier for the user, we could say type dropdown. Or okay, it's not type dropdown actually. To create a dropdown is a bit different. It's not just inputs. You can see there are so many types of inputs actually, right? There's file inputs, there are hidden inputs, which you're gonna actually encounter when the time comes. There are ranges, there are radio buttons, but the one we want is not actually called inputs. It's actually called, I'm trying to remember here, I think it was select, right? So select. Now inside of the select, we would have some options, like let's say option A, and let's go a bit further down here. Okay, this is just rough. I'm gonna come back to explain it, but let's just see what this yields. You can see A. Great, very nice. Okay. Okay, we have the select, but how does this work? Uh, first of all, I would actually want to give this a name. A name is just tells what kind of input this is, right? So this is for the dates, and this is for the months, and we will not be needing an ID. You can have an ID if you want to associate this with some sort of label, but for now I'm not going to be using any IDs. Since the user already knows the format is date first, months later, then year last. Now for this, let me just remove this here. And there are 12 months, right? So we want to have, let's just remove this. We want to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if you're working in VS Code, there's an easier way of doing this. You could just say option times 12. So it will create 12 options, which is a quick tip right there. So what are the months, right? It's January. I'm just putting this inside of the value. So this is not what will be represented outside, but instead this will be the actual inner value of the selection, right? February. So it's not the text that will be shown. February here. And I like to do it in all small letters to make it easier to work once the value has been sent to the server or your JavaScript or whatever. Yeah, so let's just input this quickly. JavaScript, I meant to say January, February, March. Then we have April, May, June, July, August. Hopefully I'm spelling this right. September here. I think it's September, October, November, December. Great. So hopefully everything is written correctly. Now, if we just save and go here to, you can see there are 12 slots. If you count them, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Actually, okay, it should be 12. I don't know. There are some extra spots. But the point is that it is not actually being shown. So that's not what we want. Instead, what we want to do is we want to say here, let's copy this, for example, January. So we are actually giving it the proper text. And we can just keep doing that, right? Sure. We can, we can just continue keeping it, copying it and just putting it inside of the frame here, inside of the tags sheet. So now one thing to note here is these are proper nouns. So you just want to make sure that they are January, February, March in caps, right? The first letter should be caps. Like it doesn't actually matter to the code that your HTML won't really care or even know that you are not using proper grammar rules. But as long as you're creating a website, it should be accessible to many people, and it should be professional, right? So we're just gonna make sure it is, and we're just gonna be saving it here. And let's go. And you can see it is starting out from January because we put January first. Then it's going from January up to December. Now, currently this doesn't look good. I know, I understand. But HTML is not supposed to look good. It's just supposed to be there. In time, uh, in the next couple of parts, we're just gonna go into the CSS, and we're actually gonna make this look a whole lot like nicer, just like this. So next up is the year, and now the nice thing about programming is once you do one part, you can just copy and paste. Okay, for some reason. Okay, now since we now can copy and paste, we can go here. Okay, so we can also make this required because a select is actually included as a form of inputs. So that's a nice thing that we could put required here. We can't really do min max or anything since it's already confined. And we can actually go here and say selected for this one to make it the initial one. If we go selected for February, for example, you can see initially February will be the one selected, but we're not going to make that because just to make sure we can actually put January as the selected one, since we want January to be the first thing shown. Okay, great. So we can now go like this here for the inputs. Now you can see here we have type number, but we want to change the min max for the year, right? So for the min, we want to say uh let's say we can say 1800. Okay, nobody's getting born on 1800, like so. I think the oldest person alive is like 213 years, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be basically like the 18 1810s or 1820s. I'm not sure. Anyway, we're just gonna be safe and do 1800, and the math will be this year, right? So 2025. Uh, and in reality, if you're working on such a project, you'd make this dynamic to fit whatever year this is. So for me, I'm just gonna do 2026, or let's say 2027. Let's be future proofing. And yeah, 2027, this works quite nicely, even though that's like a year or two ahead. We're almost at 2026, so just to be sure, right? And the placeholder here, I'm gonna make this like a common date would be like 2000, right? Let's just say 2000, the millennium. And the name here would be the year. So this form input will be for the year. Now let's just save it and see our final result. We have our completed form. Now, if we can go to 1700, for example, we cannot submit it actually because all of these fields are required. Let's just say 1 here or 1 January 1700. Let's just say, you see, when we enter now, you see value must be greater than or equal to 1800. Let's just say 2000 right now, and everything is working quite nicely. Okay, great. We can actually continue from this point on. Let's see what we need next. We need this part. Okay, so here this is a bit different because this is actually dynamic, right? So it will depend on what the user inputs. But while what I like to do is actually like to just get the elements in and just make a note for myself that those should be changing, right? So I'm just going to start from the image. Uh, I think the image here is for the sign Aquarius. So how do we get to the image? We do assets, right? Slash signs slash Aquarius, right? So Aquarius here. And here we're just gonna put the SVG Aquarius. So this is all the user needs to know. So now we can separate it on its own lines just to be a bit more tidy with our code. And now just let's save it here and go back to our code, and you can see our little indicator icon for the sign. Also, we can just copy this code here. And let's just get in here and just do p, and let's put it in a paragraph and just paste it here. For some reason it's not pasting. Okay. Maybe I did not copy it properly. Okay, yeah. So now we can use some, if we go first of all, it will go here. You can see everything is in and it's where it's supposed to be. But we can actually do a bit of HTML commenting here. So commenting is writing a piece of code that will not actually affect the code. It's like it's like a text that has no effect on the code, but rather it is just there as a note. So I'm just gonna create a comment using this syntax dot dot here. Now you can see VS Code automatically highlights everything in gray, meaning it will not be read by the compiler here. Actually, I think it's an interpreter. I'm not sure. Anyway, this won't be read by HTML. So you can see it is just an exclamation mark followed by two hyphens for the opening, and for the closing, it is two hyphens followed by exclamation mark. I'm just gonna make a note here. This image is dynamic, meaning it will change. So I like to do this when I'm just creating the layout. I want to just put just taste content here, and I want to label them as dynamic. And this text here is dynamic. So from all of the things that we created, only these two are the dynamic ones. Now, if we go here, you can see it's not showing up anywhere because the browser is not actually reading it. If we right click and inspect, actually, we can go to the elements here and go, and you can see this image is dynamic, this text is dynamic, but it's not showing up anywhere because it is not actually being read. It's like a mental notes you put for yourself or for developers or for other people that you work with. So getting into commenting won't hurt. It's a good practice to comment parts of your code that you might forget next time. In this case, we could have forgotten to edit this part out. So just a good thing to make sure uh, you comment your code. Great. So what is next? The final thing is the image, right? So everything is done except the image. So this is very simple. We've done this so many times. We can just say image, and it is just assets, right? Then it is accents actually, and home accents. That is VG. Now you can see we've done this so many more times with images. I think only once, yeah, twice, right? So you should be getting comfortable with images right now. And we'll need an alt. Okay, pink and bluish green, blue green. Let's just say blue green. Uh, bubbles. Textured circles. Okay. That's, I think, I'm not going to get into too deep with the alt here. You should make your own research, and just it depends on your target audience how you actually write your alt. But I'm just gonna just gloss over it currently. I'm just gonna give it a solid description. Now that we have separated our code into lines, let's just save this and go back and see the final results. And you can see some overflowing is happening here to the sides, and it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Anything you see here, as long as everything that we designed here in this page, as long as everything structure and content wise is here, it doesn't look good, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't look good. This should be just something that works. Now it doesn't even work, right? We need JavaScript for that. But next time we're going to be starting with the CSS and making sure that everything that we see here actually looks good and actually looks the intended way. So before we finish off today, again, as always, there's only one thing left. We should commit our code. So we can just start by saying git add all to add any additional files. You can see we did not create any additional files in this section, so there aren't really any. So no messages. Now we can say git commit with the message finalized the HTML, and we just commit that, and now we just have to push it to the main branch, to the main remote branch, so that you guys could access it through the link in the description down below, right? So let's just click enter here one final time for today's episode and git push, and after some time it should write to the main repository. So now you can see with a lack of color here, everything is up to date. Everything is working pretty nicely. It's a simple HTML file, like 67 or 68 lines here. And the 68 actually, the additional line comes, it's just good to have an additional line because people may be reading this website through uh, maybe a programming language like C Sharp, C++, Python. And through experience, I think having an extra line on all of your code, like I believe I did it here as well, just makes it easier when people decide to do that. Hopefully people decide to do that for educational purposes and not to hack you or anything. But yeah, thanks for watching. Next time I'm going to be continuing by going into the CSS, which is one of the most frustrating parts, but I'm going to try to make it as simpler for you as possible. Again, thanks for watching. Meet you next time. So last time we finished working on the HTML page, And just to show you where we finished, I'm just going to right click here and open with live server, which is something we've been doing all throughout this course. We're using the live server VS Code extension to open up our websites on Chrome or any other browser you have. Here, as you can see, this is our current website design. Obviously, we have the design ready here. So let me just get this closer. And you can see this is what we want it to look like. But currently, this is what it looks like. Now, this is completely fine. We are just talking about the basic structure, that is the HTML, but now we can get into more of the CSS and try to make it more like this. Great, so CSS, right? Many people have, many people CSS, they find it difficult, but I think I could break this down for you in a manner that is very simple. Let's just proceed here. Let's start. I have a system for CSS. You feel free, by the way, to do things how you like and to discover your own system. But I have came up with a system that I really like, and it's made working on CSS very easy for me. So I'm just going to be sharing that with you. We're going to start by creating a folder. Styles. Okay, now why do we create this folder? Because we're going to be having so much CSS that we're going to need so many CSS files, right? We're going to be breaking it down into modular components. Modularity basically means breaking down your code into separate files. Now, why didn't we do that with the index.html here? Very simply, because one HTML file represents one HTML page. So we can't really break down a page like in JavaScript frameworks like React and Vue. That's very much possible, but in just pure HTML, you cannot break down a page into components of HTML files. So one HTML file should incorporate one HTML page. So quite simply, that's the reason. Now, where do we put our CSS file? So we're going to need only one primary CSS file that connects with the index.html file. Only one should connect with the index.html file. So which one is that? I'm going to go here and create a style.css. This is the convention. Index.html for the primary HTML page, and style.css will work as the primary style page here. Style file here. Let's start, right? So how do we go about doing this? I'm going to go back to the index.html, and just below the title, I'm going to go add a link. And I'm just going to click insert here. If you don't use VS Code, you can just write this code by yourself. It's link and rel or relationship, I think, will be a style sheet. So we're connecting HTML with the style sheet. And the href or the location of that style sheet is very simple. You can just go to styles, the slash, right? So we're just starting from the home directory of the project and going to slash style.css. Great. So now this should connect. Just to test it out, we can go into the style.css file and we can say body, background, and we can say red. So now let's just save it and check out our website here. And you can see the background changed to red. Obviously, this is not really what you want. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, great. So where do we start? For today, I just want to do two things. And if we have time, we can do more. But the primary thing I want to start with is first, we would need to set up the background color. And then we will need to just basically set up the fonts. So we have two fonts which are not accessible on your device probably. So we're going to be learning how to install a font onto your project and how to set the background color. Very simple, right? So let's start from the background color. So where should we do that? Now, your intuition might be to just say body, then background, and background color and like black, for example. But that's not correct. In this system, I'm going to show you everything should be modular. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be creating a new folder in the styles called appearance, right? Hopefully appearance. I'm not sure if I spelled that correctly. Let's search for, I want this to be correct. So if I just start searching it here, appearance. Okay, so this is the proper spelling here. And let's just get here and rename this, I think, appearance. Okay, you're correct. So here inside of the appearance, I'm going to create another style.css file. Now, it doesn't matter if you have two of the same files if the other file is in different directory. So we can just continue here. And from here, we're just going to be creating one more file, body.css. Great. So we have now 3 files. So let's break this down, okay? First thing, this appearance folder will be where we style all of our components, individual components, right? So we're going to make this logo look right. We're going to make this astrology sign, text look perfect, everything individually, we're going to make it look perfect. So this is the use of the appearance. Now we have a style.css because in the appearance file, we're going to be having so much CSS files. So we want to all compile that all into one CSS file using the import statement. So import, and I'm just going to say from here, we just want to import the body.css, right? So if we follow this link, you can see we can go to the body.css. So I'm just going to save it since we don't really have any other files. And from here, we can just take the primary CSS file and import the appearance CSS file. Now, when we do that, everything in the appearance folder will transmit to the style folder. Now, that's much better organized than we doing body.css that we can this is better than including the body.css file directly into the main style.css because we want the main style.css file to be a compiling hub for all the other additional folders. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to say appearance slash. Now we don't do body.css. Again, we do style.css. And since the body.css is included in the style.css, now we don't have to worry about this much. Now let's just remove these for now. And now if we go to the body.css and say body background color, and if we say, for example, black, and if we go back to the websites, now it works. Perfect. Okay. Host, something like this, right? Now let's think about this, right? What is the background color that we actually have? We go here, it is listed under gray 100, and it is 1111111. I think 6 ones here, which is the hex code for this. Great, so how do we go about doing this? Quite simply, we can do this 1111111. So we can do this, but it's not proper because let's say we actually change this color to another one, then we would have to go to every single CSS file and just do the same thing there. So instead we're just going to need to create a variable here. So I'm just going to create a new folder here in the styles folder, variables. Again, for these variables, we'll need an entry file, style.css. And for this, we're going to create a colors.css. So this file will house all of our colors. Let's start. We're just going to be starting by saying root. I think it's just one. Okay, yeah, it's roots. Now this root selector in CSS is a special one, which you might not be familiar with. You just need this to set variables to all files in the CSS, right? So just know that when you want to set files globally, you want to use the root selector here. Okay, see the selector actually. So let's start. We want to create our gray 100 color. So I'm going to say 2 hyphens gray 100, right? Then you can say 111 111. Great. So at this point, we have set our gray 100 variable to be this color, which is exactly what we want. Now we have to import this into the style.css. So obviously we can go here and say add imports using the import. You should be now familiar with the import statements here. The imports syntax here is import, then just say colors. That's CSS. Great. Great. Now, instead of this, we should just include, first of all, these two files, the body and the colors, are not yet connected because we are including the colors here, but we are not including it here. So the way we do it is we want to say import, and this time we want to say variables dot slash style dot css. Now you can see in the main page, main css file, we are importing every css file from every folder we have here. So the proper css file structure is being followed. So now if we save this, now when we do instead of this, if we do var gray 100, now hopefully this should work perfectly. Now you can see this is not completely black, it's just a gray 100, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. Everything is working quite nicely here. Now you can see like we have 4 or 5 CSS files to do a simple thing, which is changing the background color. But that's not the case. When your project grows and you write more and more CSS, this structure will be very, very helpful because one, your code is modular, meaning if something breaks in your CSS, you don't have to like scroll through hundreds of lines of code. You can just find it through the structure here and just edit there. Two, it will be easier to add new stuff because obviously you have a very structured CSS, and overall this just makes life much, much easier as your project grows. So we have the background color set, which is one of the most important things that we want to do today. But next up, we want to include new fonts, right? So I'm using 2 new fonts here that you don't have on your system probably, unless you have included it beforehand. The first one is Instrument Sans, and the second one is Bebas New. Now, where do we install these fonts, first of all? Uh, the best place I think to install fonts is on Google Fonts. So the URL being fonts.google.com, right? So if we go here, you can see once it's loaded, you get to Google Fonts, and you can actually search for instruments sounds here, and you can just go here and click get fonts, and you can see I've already selected them both beforehand, so it saves my preferences. So we have these 2 fonts right here. So first thing we have to do is just download them. You can also get the embedded code, but I think I'm going to cover the download option here. Now, we're not going to be installing these fonts. Let me just click download first of all. We're not going to be installing these fonts on okay on our system, but rather we're just going to be installing it onto our projects, right? So projects, scroll each side. Then I'm going to go to assets here. Uh, then for now, I'm just going to save it here, but we're going to be extracting it and changing its position. Now you can see this refreshed because we are installing something new to the directory. And now that this is done, we can just exit out of this Google Fonts website. And now if you go here, you can see Bebas New. So if you want to install this globally for your computer, you can do so. But we're not going to be doing that. We're just going to be installing it for our project. Because if you take this project and deploy it, the deployment server won't really understand where the B-bus and instrument sans fonts are coming from, because it does not have a connection with your PC. But if you install it for your project, then your project settings will go with your project, obviously, so that will be much easier. Now, if we right click here, you can see there is a reveal in a file explorer. So I'm just going to click that, and this should open up here. Now, you can see, hopefully you can see, I'm not sure how to make it bigger for you to see, but hopefully you can see that we have this folder now. We can right click, and it's just loading here. We can go to WinRAR, extract to bbus new / instrument serif here, and in just a moment it should extract. So now we can just delete this file. I'm going to hold shift permanently delete it since we don't really need it. And you can find this from Google Fonts, or you can find it on the project repository through the link in the description down below, obviously. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a new folder, and I'm just going to call this folder fonts. We're in the assets folder, and a font is a sort of asset, right? So we have two fonts. So the first one is the bbus new regular, and we just want this TTF font. So I'm just going to change this name, and I'm going to say bbus new, and I'm just going to cut this part here, and inside of the fonts I'm just gonna go right click and create a new folder here. Actually we can just paste it here. I think let's just paste it here, bbus new. Okay, great. So now we can go out and get back here, and under instrument serif we can see there are two types of files here, and which one do you want to select? So the one is italic, and the other one is just the variable font here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the regular font, because I don't really need the italic version currently. So I'm just going to say instrument sans. I'm just going to cut this part here. I'm going to go to fonts, and I'm going to paste it here. Now let's just get back one moment. Select this. I'm just going to delete it from here. And now let's go back to fonts. And I think just to structure them, I'm just going to create a new folder for both bbus. And you might be asking, why do we need separate folders since there are only one files? But these files could be multiple. You don't know. You could have multiple weights and font styles, and that might change them. But just know, I think it's a better way of structuring this if you have a separate folder for both of them. Great. So now we can just close this off, and you can see now we have a font folder. Inside of them we have two font files. So how do we actually start using this font? Because if we just go and start saying bbus instrument stereo, CSS won't really recognize them, so we have to install them. So here I'm going to go into styles, and I'm going to create a new folder called config. So this will be our CSS configuration. So style.css again. So for the config, I'm going to create a fonts.css file to configure this. And I'm going to start here by just saying at font face. And if I click here, you can see VS Code kindly generates two properties. The font family is just the name, right? So if I want to first install instrument sans, I'm just going to start by saying instrument. Actually, we don't need the quotations. Instrument sans, right? So this will be the name. Then the URL is just the location of the file. So where's the location of the file, right? We start from the config file. So we have to get to the fonts. So config, we first have to get one out, right? So dot slash. Then again, we have to go one out dot slash. Then we have to go to the assets slash. Then to go to the fonts slash instruments, right? Instrument sans slash. Finally, we have the instrument sans dot ttf. Great. This is the first one. If we just copy this, quite simply, we can paste it here, and we can just substitute this with bboss new. So what we do is just replace this part here with bboss new slash bboss new.ttf. Great. So at this point, we have both of these spawns installed. Now we just have to test them out. First of all, let's go to this config file and make this installation global by just saying import fonts.css. And then we have to go to the global CSS file and just do import config slash style.css. And the order of these files, I don't think it's important, but I would like to just always have them in a way that makes sense. I want the configuration to be first, the variables to be second, because everything depends on the configuration, and most of the appearances depend on the variables. So the appearances are most of the time at the lowest point. So let's just save this, and we can now close this off. Hopefully we have done everything correct, including importing this here and importing this here. Now, if we go to say, let's just go here and try to add this. Let's say body. If we say font family and instrument sans, let's try this. So hopefully you can see the font changes. It's kind of hard to see because we have a black background. Let's actually change that. Let's go to appearance and let's go to body and let's say actually text color, just say color. And instead of saying white, we need a variable for that as well. So let's just go to the variables, add this variable here. Let's just say whites and say FFF. So this is the color code for whites. Let's just save it. You see how easy it is to add new variables. So we can now say body colors, and we can say var white. Actually, we need to make some changes. This shouldn't be great. This should be CLR gray, meaning color gray, and this should be CLR white. Now let's just save it. And if we do that, we have to go to the variables and add CLR whites and CLR gray. Now, if we save it and go back, this should now be fixed. And you can see it takes a moment to load our fonts, but now we have a clean font right here. Now the same applies to bboss, right? So we can say bboss new, and if we go back, you can see bboss is being applied. Now, one thing to note here is we're not going to be applying the fonts just like this, obviously. We want to apply the instrument sans font to be the primary body text. As you can see here, the regular text are instrument sans. So how do we do that? What's the proper structured way of doing that, right? So the way I'm going to do it here is very simple. I'm just going to do this pretty fast because you already know the techniques. I'm going to start by going to the variables and add fonts.css, and under roots here, I can say fonts body, and I'm just going to say instruments sans and font. Actually, I'm just going to say font family, font family, font family header. I'm going to say Bebas new. So new. Great. So now we have the fonts. Also, we have to include this here at import fonts.css. Great. Now we can just go to the appearance, and here we can change this. Let's add the semicolon here, and we can go down. I'm just going to create as a line separator here because we are moving from color to text. So here I'm just going to say font family, which will be the default font family. I'm just going to say instrument sans, right? So I'm just going to save it finally, and now not instrument sans. Sorry, we should use the variable here var font family instruments sans. Great. So at this point, this should hopefully work. Uh, hmm, it's now working. Let's debug this. Okay, so first of all, did we insert the name correctly here? Let's try to go back here. Okay, we already have inserted the fonts.css. Uh, okay, not it wasn't instrument sans, it was ff body. So that's where the mistake happened. You see how easy it is to debug, where just you go one step backwards to see where the problem happened. So ff body here, and if we go back here, it's taking a bit too long to load. For some reason my PC is lagging, but you can see everything is loading correctly. So perfect. Today we worked on the color, background color, and just we have installed our fonts, which is so much progress. Great so far. I think this is quite enough of learning CSS for today. Next time we're going to be going through each individual element here, and adding some resets and making them look the way they should be looking. Okay, that's all for today. All that remains now is just to commit our code as we always do. And we start by saying git add and all. So we're adding all of the elements. So you can see now everything is committed, added to our git system. Now we can say git commit with a message, uh, added CSS, uh, CSS configurations, right? So if this is configurations, so we just added basic configurations. We haven't really done much, right? So I'm just gonna add this to the commits, and you can see everything is now committed. Finally, we can say git and push. And after just some moments here, we can see that we have committed and pushed our code to the main branch. Okay, great. So thanks for watching this video. Next time I'm going to be continuing on designing this using CSS and making it the way it should look like, just like this. Again, as always, you can find the source code and the design file in the description down below, and you can play around with it, try to create your own methods of doing stuff, and experiment overall. That's the most important thing to learn. Okay, finally, thanks for watching. Until next time, goodbye. So last time we set up our CSS, we also make some changes to the background color, together with the process of installation of our two fonts, Bebas and Instrument Sans. Now today we're going to be continuing with the CSS by making the visuals of every element that we have look correct. So let's start here. First of all, this is the reference to which we want to make our website look like, right? So will be our reference throughout this course. Obviously, you have this file for free. You can access it using the link in the description below. Now, I'm just going to go here to the config here and add a new file. I'm going to call this resets.css. Now, the resets.css should obviously be imported here. Import resets.css, and it's the top level file, so I'm just going to put it at the top. Now here, what is the resets.css file? In simple terms, our browser would create some CSS properties that will make it more convenient for us to work, but sometimes those properties are not the best. So in order to work with them, we have to first disable them, right? So this is the file we'll be using to reset the changes made by our browser. The first thing here is all before and all after. We're just going to take this and say box sizing border box. Now, what is the use of this? We are basically selecting every element and every pseudo element. You don't need to know what pseudo elements are, just include them here. If we get them in this course, we're just going to be talking about them then. But for now, you don't need to know about them much. And we are making every element be a box size and border box. Now, what does box size and border box mean? This basically means when the height and the width of the element is being calculated, we want to include both the borders and the content. So originally it will be just the content, but we also want to include the borders, right? So that's basically it. Now we can just save this and we can move on to our design. Now, if we go back here, you won't really see any changes, considering we did not make anything that actually makes a visible difference. One thing we can do here now to make a visible difference is work on our logo, right? So under appearances, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this navbar.css, and obviously I should include this just below the body.css here. Import navbar. CSS. So here we can just start working. And the first thing we want to do is edit our logo. I want to make our logo with a height and the width of 32 pixels. Now I prefer doing it height-wise. And the good thing is that SVGs most of the time don't matter if you select the height or the width. But saying that, that means that if your SVG has a set ratio when you designed it, then that ratio should scale automatically with it. Now, if we make it now height 32 pixels, which is what I wanted, and if we go back here, you can see it doesn't change because we forgot to add it here. So we referenced this class, but this class was never applied here. So I'm just going to go here under the image as a class logo. Great. So now you can see is 32 pixels, and it does look a bit too small. That's because when designing this, we used the Figma blur property, which changes how things look just a bit. Uh, so I'm just going to resize it just a bit here, and it's going to be 36 pixels. Okay. Yeah, now it's just a bit bigger, but it's exactly what we want. Now we want to work on this astrology sign, and we will go to our config resets file. Now you can see that the actual links have been styled differently, which is good, but in this case we want to have our own links. So we're just going to select all of our links on the page on the website, and we're just going to say text decoration none. This will make sure that the underline disappears. Next up, we want to say color inherits. This will make it the color. This will probably just remove the blue color and make it like this. Now this is exactly what we want here, and we can just move on now to making it the proper size first of all. Okay. Uh, hmm, let's make it the proper size now. How do we do that actually? So to make a text a proper size, first of all, we need some variables for our fonts. I'm gonna create this font size variable, and I'm just gonna call this font size uh medium, right? MD, since this just going to be the baseline, and it should be 18 pixels. Now we can't really say 18 pixels because as the user changes the screen size, the text size on the browser settings, this 18 pixels will not scale. So what we have to do is say 18 pixels divided by 12. So we get 1.5. So we have to do 1.5 RAM units. So 1 pixel is just 12 so one rem is 12 pixels, so 18 ray, you just divide it by 12 and you get 1.5 rems. So let's just save this, and we need to do some responsive design. Now we did not talk about responsive design so far. Obviously you can make the logo responsive, but I just found it to be uh, actually, let's do that, which it is something I forgot. Let's just do this quickly here. Go to the navbar and create add media main width of the screen of, I'm gonna go with around 800 pixels. So starting from the 800 pixel mark below, we're gonna make the logo here change. We're gonna make it just a bit smaller, just around 32 pixels. So we're decreasing it. Actually, we have to revert this. Okay. So when the window reaches a minimum of 800 pixels, the logo should have a height of 36 pixels. But when it is below 800 pixels, around here, we will make it 32 pixels. So the same logic, let's just copy this, the same logic will carry out here. When the user gets to a screen size of about 800 pixels and above, the root components should change its variables. So this FS medium would be 18 pixels. Uh, but if, let's just do 60 divided by 12 here, it's 1.34. So 1.34 rems. And when the screen size is below the 800 pixel, we want to make the font size medium to be 1.34. Now, if we just save this and go back, nothing really happens again, because we have to go to the navbar, that HTML page here and actually apply some class here. I'm just going to say this is brand name. And under navbar, we're going to go here and just say dots brand name. And we're just going to say font size. We're going to make this to be, I think it is, if I'm not forgetting, it is var FS medium. So if we go back, you can see that now this is bigger. And if we resize it, you can see it is bigger here. And when we resize it, it is much smaller here, which is exactly the type of behavior we want. Now, one thing, actually two things for me. The first thing here is, if you noticed, this is actually semi-bold. So let's make this semi-bold as well. So we can just say font weights, and semi-bold is around 600. So 600 is the semi-bold size. So we can just set this up here, and if we go back, you can see it gets a bit more bold. It becomes semi-bold. Okay, so now at this point, one thing remains, right, for this. The first part of the text, the astrology part, is this greenish color, and the second, the science part, is the pinkish color. So here we're just going to take this. It's a teal color. So we're just going to copy the teal color here and add it to our color variables. Let's go CLR teal, and it's going to be at the midway point of lightness. So I'm just going to do 500, and I'm just going to apply this color here. Now I like to make all my color text in lowercase. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm just going to go here and say CLR pink, again 500. And let's just grab the pink color from here. Grades. Okay, so let's just make this proper. Very nice. So now we can just go here, but the question is, since we have just this text, how can we just make this part uh teal and this part pink? Easy. We just separate them, right? So you should understand, you should remember that HTML doesn't know it doesn't know tabs, it doesn't know two spaces, it only knows one space. And currently, since there aren't really end text besides the astrology sign text here, it will all it will trim the text and omit every extra space around here. Okay. So now we have these inside of spans. We can now say, for this part, we can say teal. Let's just say teal. And for this part, we can say pink. So now we can go back to the navbar, and we can just say dot brand name. We can do dot brand name dot teal and say color var CLR teal 500, and we can say brand name dots pink and do the same thing var CLR pink 500. Okay, but in all honesty, we can just omit this part since we'll not be having anything, any other thing with dot pink and dot teal. But just to be safe, I'm just going to keep it here since you never know. You never know, like when you will need this, and when you would add additional classes for the teal, and you might want to have different properties for different classes. So just a good sign to be more specific here. So I'm just going to save it, and hopefully now this works. If we go to our website, you see this works, but there's extra space right here, and we can easily omit that. Let's just go to our HTML and find this extra space. You can see here is an extra tab space. Maybe we can do this. And if we now look at it, now it is working properly. It would have been nice though if we can just do it like this, separate it into additional lines. Well, we have to do it like this, which is not the end of the world. Just make sure that this is readable for you. So we can just classify them actually like this. I think this won't break it. Okay, yeah, it does. So no problem. We can go back here into one line since this is a one line text. Now we can move on. So we have our two nav identity section elements fixed up here, the name and the logo. We can now just move on to the right side and work on this. Now this should be the same text size. So let's just go back here. And I think this is the text, right? So made by 12 and a student. So I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to say made by. So this is very simple. I'm just going to copy this and go again. We don't need the resets for this. We can now just go to the navbar and just say dot made by, and just say, I think it is font size var fs medium. And for the color here, it is grade 700. So it's just B2, right? So we're just gonna have to say color gray var CLR gray 700. Now, obviously, we don't have that in our color variable, so I'm just gonna go there, and I'm just gonna add an additional one here, and I'm just gonna say 700, and I'm just gonna say B2, B2, and B2. Okay, so that's the color. So this is working quite perfectly. Now we can move on to this part here, and let's see. Let's just go back to the index.html, and we found the h1 here, and we just gonna call this class. I'm going to call this headline, right? So now we are out of the navbar, so we can just close this off, and we are into the main components here. So this is the main content of the website. So I'm just going to do it in a main.css. And here in the main.css, I'm just going to say headline. And for this, I'm just going to say font size. This should be var fs extra large, or maybe 2 extra large. Let's just look at it for a moment here. Yeah, so it is probably the biggest elements here. So I'm just going to do extra large, which should suffice here. And we don't obviously have that font size in our font variables. So I'm just going to add it here. First of all, the font size in this case should be 96. So font size extra large should be 96, which is just 96 divided by 12 here, and it is 8, so 8 rem. And then we're just gonna go here and say font size extra large, and this I'm gonna decrease it from 8 rem to be around maybe 6 rem or 5 rem. Let's go 5 rem, and we'll see. We'll adjust this. Obviously, I don't have a mobile design, so I'm just kind of looking at the numbers and deciding myself. But in a professional environment, you'd probably have these numbers provided for you. Okay, so now we have the font size XL. Only thing that remains is to add this imports main.css here. Now we already have this class set up. So if we go back, you can see this is completely working great. Now, one thing remains. Let's go back to the main.css, and we want to say here in this case, we want to say that the font family should actually be bbus, right? So bbus new. I think this is how you spell it, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go back here. Okay, great. So it is working. But we want to make this on different separate lines. So as you can see, it is on 2 lines right here. Okay, so how do we do that? We can just say width, actually max width, and this should be like 12 ch. Ch basically means it is another unit for characters. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters here. And it is not exact, but it does get the job done for now. Also, there's too much space right here, and we want to decrease that. Also, we want to make it central line, so some changes have to be made. So first thing, text line center. Also, we're gonna say letters line heights. Line height, I want to say 100% here. Okay, obviously this gets us close, but it's not quite 100%. I think it was 90% when I was designing this. So yeah, around this height, 90%. Great. So now we want to take the upper part. I think it is the upper part and make it white. It is already white, but the lower part should be the teal color. Okay. So great. So what we can do here, we can say dot headline dot teal, and we can apply this. Uh, okay, we can apply the color bar CLR teal 500. Obviously, if you hover over this, you can see that we are selecting something where the headline and the teal class is following each other. But if we do this, if we just remove the space, I think you can see we are selecting everything which has both of these classes. So spaces in CSS sometimes do matter. Obviously, we have to now go in and enter your, I think it is the date of birth parts. So I'm just going to apply a span. And obviously, we can't really create separation again because this is all on one line. So it might be just annoying to work with. But it's fine. Let's just go to class and say teal. But actually, in this case, we want to go here and add the space back because we are selecting the span inside of this. So it is actually inside of the headline. Now let's go back here and look at that. That's working very nicely. So we don't have much more time for today. So let's just try to add this parts as well. If we have time here. Now this should be very simple, right? We are already doing so much in this case. Now we can just go to class and say headline, subheadline here. And let's go to the main part. And here for the subheadline dot sub headline here, we want to do, okay, 16 pixels, which is a bit small, and gray 700. So first of all, we can do var CLR gray 700, and we can do font size. I think it was 16 pixels, so it was var fs small. Now let's go back here and let's go to the font variables, and we're just gonna apply some changes here. There's gonna be fs small here as well. So on the larger screens, fs small should be 16 pixels. Now if we get our calculator out, 16 divided by 12 is 1.34. So again, 1.34 rems. And on smaller screens, it should be 14. So 14 divided by 12 here, it should be 1.16. And it goes on, so it's 1.167 here. So I want to be as precise as possible. So 1.167 rem. And we can just save this and go back. And obviously nothing will happen. Actually, something should happen since we already applied the font size. Okay, so something should happen if we do swall. Okay, great. So you can see some of the font has been resized. So this was exactly what we wanted. So now one thing here is let's check the responsiveness, right? So you can see on smaller screens how everything is resized perfectly to fit everything. And you can see as the screens get larger here, as it reaches 800 pixels, everything takes its full size. My PC is lagging for some reason, so I apologize for that. But hopefully you can see how everything is working quite nicely here. Now we have a bit of time, so we can continue working even more. I'm just going to completely skip this part since I want to work on this on a separate video, but let's work on this logo at least here. So for this logo, it has a height of 96 pixels. So let's just select this And for the image here, I'm just going to add a class. And I'm just going to say here, class display image, sign image, right? So I'm going to go inside of the main here and just say signed image. Actually, we should probably create a separate file for the display here. Display results, display CSS as imports result display. Now, technically, the result display is inside of the main, but we can separate them into different files just to be more organized. So I'm just going to say dots. Is it images? I forgot here. Okay, so let's go back to the index, and it is sign image here. And we can say, I'm going to abbreviate this sign img. And you can say height is 96 pixels. And let's go back and apply this abbreviation. And here, and this should be on the larger screen sizes. So add media main width of 800 pixels. This should be the case. Okay, I opened the terminal for some reason. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And let's just set this up. And on smaller screens, I would like this to be around 64 pixels. So let's just go back here and check out. And you can see this has become much bigger here. And it is cutting off on the sides, but you don't really have to worry about that currently. It's typically holds due to the image. And I think if we just say object fits cover, maybe that would fix it. Okay, that did not quite fix it. But no problem, we can fix that in the next part. For today, I think having the proper sizing is quite enough. And you can see it does resize properly. Great, so now all that remains is just to apply these and push them here. I'm just going to start by saying git add all as always. Git commit with a message of started styling, started basic styling. I'm going to say basic styling, and finally git push. Okay, I think that's quite enough for this video. We have done so much. Next time, I'm going to be continuing with the CSS and trying to make it work even better. Thanks for watching, and until next time, goodbye. So at this point, we have pretty good progress. We have done some styling, and all that remains in the appearance section of the CSS is just this lower part. Now, regarding this image, it is actually not part of the CSS that it is being cut off. If you just zoom in right here, you can see a little cut off, and that's from the original image, which I could not get my hand on the real original image. So I think no problem overall. It doesn't really matter at the moment. It's fine, so we can continue with it currently. But anything other than that, we can, I think, just continue with our regular development. So where should we continue? Here we have, first let me reset our live server since it already have closed before. It has closed before, so yeah. Great. So let's see. So next up, I think we could go to this area right here, and I think we can just go there. Let's just close these off. And under result displayed, and I'm gonna go inside of the index.html here. And here under the displayed results, you can see under the image we have this piece of text. I'm gonna call this results info. Let me just select this and let's go to the under the appearance. I think it is the result display here, and we can go up here and let's just paste it here. And now in regards to this, what type of fonts should we use? So it is just 32 pixels. So this should be, let's go to the font variables first. This should be in between the medium and the extra large. So I'm gonna go font size large here or medium large. Yeah, I'm just gonna go maybe just large. Font size large. And we can say here, in this case, let's open up our calculator because we need to define 32 pixels in terms of RAM. So 32 divided by 12, that is 2.67 here. So 2.7 RAMs. And here on the smaller screen sizes, we have discussed about this previously. On the smaller screen sizes, I want this to be 24. So I think 24 is just 2 RAM here. Okay, so we're just gonna apply for this font size. It's gonna be var fs extra large. No, it's actually large. And actually here we want to make fonts family var. Actually, something I forgot here in the main parts. We don't want to have font family be what's new. We want to say var font family header. And we want to do the same thing here for font family header. And remember, we have the font family header from here. So now if we return to our page, it should load in a moment. And here is what we have, which is great. So now at this point, we want to do some tweaking again. We want to make the dates pink and the other text teal. So let's just go back here into the HTML and let's go here into the dates and we can do span here, class teal, and we can just cut this part from here and just paste it here. And again, cut this part here. And I think, yeah, so we can select everything here. Make this pink. Cut this. And fully surround this. Okay, so now we can do the same thing pretty much. We can say .results info.teal and say color var CLR teal 500. And like this is the same code pretty much, repeated a couple of times. In reality, I think it would be better if we have like a separate utility class for these colors. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like this, and I'm gonna leave some of the optimization here for you to do. So yeah, just create a utility class and apply it for all of these colors just to make it work without repeating these codes so many times. Okay, so now if we just go back here, you can see our code looks perfect like this. Okay. Also, we have this container here, which is of the gray 200 color. and it's 1/8. So let's just make that work here. So for the result display, I'm just gonna have a class called result display, and background color should be far gray. I believe it was 100. CLR gray 200, I think. So now let's go back to the colors. Now let's duplicate this. Now the 200, I believe it was here 1/8. So we're just going to change this from 1/1. So 1/8, 1/8, and 1/8. Great. So now we have this result display class and we have to apply it somewhere. Now you can see something here. You can see that this image and this text here should belong in the result display. So I'm just going to select everything here, Control Shift and P, and here I'm going to use the image wrap with abbreviation here. So I'm going to click on it, and now I can just say dots and just paste in result display. What this will do is basically just take this part and wrap it in a div called result display with a class of result display. So you can do it manually if you don't understand this, but learning to use some VS Code shortcuts is a very helpful thing. Yeah, so now if we go back here, you have this color here, which is a bit different, which is what we want. Very nice. One thing here is we also have a gray 300 stroke, and it is 2D. So we just have to apply that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here I'm just going to go under the appearance, result display, and I'm just going to say border. So it should be just 1 pixel, solid, and var CLR gray 300. And we should set this color here under colors. Let's add this. I'm just going to duplicate this. And instead of 200, it should be 300. And instead of 1/8, it should be 2D, 2D, and 2D. And now if we save and go back, here you can see just a subtle line moving across it. And it should have a corner radius of 8 pixels. So let's also apply this here, border radius of 8 pixels, right? So 8 pixels. Border radius, I forgot R here. And you should see the corners just turn around here, which is exactly what we want. So now we won't be working on the layout just yet. We're just going to be working on the elements themselves, right? And we're not going to be working on the spacing and the padding just yet as well. Now, before we move on to this part, which is, to be honest with you, a bit more complicated, so I'm going to do it last. Let's work on this image. Now, the only thing I want to change about this image in the main section here, and here let's just call this class home accents img. Let's just copy this and go back to the main here. The only thing I want to do here is just do, first of all, I need a reset here. This reset will do with images. So image or img, I'm just going to say img here. CSS will understand it. And I want to say display block. Not only display block, but max width should be 100%. Now, even though we did that, I want to go back here and just say width should be 100%, not max width, but the default width should just be 100%. Great. And you can see now there isn't any more overflow around here. One thing that should be fixed though, here is some sort of Um, there is some sort of cutting here happening at the edges, which is something we don't really want. So I am just going to go to the resets, and that is happening because of some extra properties on the margins. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say body h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, and paragraphs. I'm gonna select all of them and apply margin 0. Now this should greatly change our website. You can see so much has changed by just adding that one additional line there. Uh, Now everything seems to be working quite nicely. There is some sort of distortion here, but it doesn't look too bad. It actually adds to the style. Uh, and here, if we just go in and check out what the distortion is actually, uh, maybe there is something with the overflow visible. It's probably nothing really. It's just some rendering. It might work best on other websites. You can see by the way, one thing I did not mention. Did I mention it? I'm not sure actually. If you go to the assets folder, let's just remove some of these for now. If you go to the assets folder, then to accents here, and if you open up your images, you can actually let them load and see that your images are how they're supposed to be. And you can see on closer inspection, they are a bit distorted at the edges. And that's, I think, in that case, it's better to use a PNG. So let's actually do that, I think. So here, what we're going to do is not just use a PNG, but let's just select this part, right? So from this part, change this to PNG for the export and just export it. And here, I'm going to go one out and go to the accent, home accent. Let's say home accent.png. And here, let's go back to the HTML page and just change this from home accent.svg to PNG. And now if we go back here, now you can see that this is working much nicely here with no much distortion. Even if you decrease the size, here you can see it is working. It's working well. Obviously, there's some cutoff here, which will be fixing when the time comes for some layouts problems to be fixed. But for now, just you can ignore this. You can totally ignore this. We're going to be fixing that in later videos. Okay, now let's start working actually on the hardest part here, which is actually the inputs, right? So before we move on to the hard parts, let's actually just remove this first of all. Yeah, let's just remove this. Also, let's go to the appearance, and I'm just going to create a new file for this. I'm just going to say form.css, since it's a form, and I'm just going to start by styling up the button here. So I'm just going to call this class primary button. We can call it, I'm going to call this class form. And I'm going to call this CTA or call to action. And here I'm just going to call .form.cta, and I'm just going to change some properties. First of all, the font size should be var fs medium, just medium. Font weight should be 600, which is semi-bold. Follow that by having a background color to be pink, or just var CLR pink 500. And if we just do that and go here, you can see there would be some changes. We did not apply it. Okay, we have to apply this here. And adds imports form.css. Okay. Now some changes should apply here, but you can see it doesn't look quite good, and that's because we need additional resets for the button. And I'm gonna go for button inputs, and yeah, for buttons and inputs, let's just go for buttons for now. We want to have, first of all, font inherit. Okay, let's do this for button inputs and select also option. Font inherit, we don't want any borders initially, border none. And yeah, what other reset do we need? We need cursor to be pointer, cursor, pointer. And these are just basic resets here. If we go back, now you can see the font has changed, and everything is looking much nicer. But I don't think the font here is changed quite yet here for some reason. Okay, it is actually changed. Okay, so what do we do next? I want to go back to the form here and change the button's padding. Just make it look right. Padding, I'm gonna do it 1 rem and 2 rem. So, sorry, 16 pixels from top and down and 32 pixels from the left and the right. Great. Then I need actually to make this a bit smaller. I'm gonna go 12 by 28. Then I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna go a bit down and I'm just gonna make it rounded for the radius. And I'm gonna go 999 rems here. That just creates a very large number. Or you can do the same thing if you say 9999 pixels, right? So this just makes it completely rounded. Okay, this is exactly what we want. Next up here, we should be working with these guys. And this might be a bit complicated. So just stay with me. We have to apply some CSS rule sets and resets. Okay, what resets do we need? I'm just going to write them out here. First of all, input type equals number. This is the attribute selector in CSS where we are selecting inputs of type number. And I'm just going to say WebKit inner spin button here. And I'm just going to make this display none. You don't have to know all of this syntax, just know, for now at least, just know that this just removes this additional up and down arrow that was here previously. Next up, let's go to the select here, select, and we're going to say appearance, and we're going to say base select. Now, what does this do? If you go back here, I see the select. Now, it doesn't have its own separate appearance. Its speaker already, it does have, the speaker doesn't change, but the select input container at least doesn't. So we're going to say picker here, and just going to say select. So the picker for the select here, we're just selecting that and saying appearance again, base select, meaning no additional styling again. And we're going to say border, none, and we gotta continue here. here. So now no borders at all. One thing here we want to add is we want to say margin top. I always like to have a bit of a margin here. So I'm just going to say 16 or maybe see around 16 pixels margin top. So let's go here and maybe 16 pixels a bit too much. Let's go 8 pixels and call it here. Yeah, okay, perfect. So 8 pixels. Next up here, we want to go down one more and select picker icon. That's the check mark that occurs when you select an option here. We want to say none for this. So now you can see there is a check mark, but if we now go back and save this check mark no longer should be visible. Okay. Okay, no, that's the picker icon. The picker icon is the one that was here before. That have disappeared, and option, just go to the options separately, and we want to say option check mark display none. So these are all the resets we're going to be needing here. Now the check mark does not exist. So we have all these resets and we can now just do whatever we want and style them however we want. And from this point on, it shouldn't be too difficult. We just have to match it with our design. And here, let's go back. And let's go here. And let's start from the input here. I'm going to say class number input. And here, we're just going to say dot form dot number inputs. Okay, if I can type. Now, let's see. We need it to have the same look as this one. And we need it to have some padding here to look the way it should look. So 32 or 16 padding. Great, so let's just do that here. Let's start by saying background, color, var, CLR, grade, 200, and border, 1 pixel, solid, var, CLR, grade 300, border radius, 999, 9 pixels. What else? Padding here should be so from the top and bottom 16 pixels, 32 pixels from the right and left. Also, we did not apply the proper padding for this one, so let's just go back into the main, I think, or into the result display. And for the result display, I'm going to apply some padding here. Padding, I'm going to say 32 pixels. And you can see now this is proper in terms of the way it should be. Now something that should change here is it should have an inherited color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the resets. And I'm just going to say here for these guys, I'm going to say color inherits. So now this color also changes, which we don't want. So let's go back to the font and we want to say here for the call to action color. And this should be var CLR black. And this should be very simple. Let's just go to the color variables and add it here. As we have whites, we should also have pure black here. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Okay, great. So now it is working. So you can see Obviously, if we do something like this, it doesn't work. It should be it couldn't be more than 31. So now one thing remains for the color input. You just have to say display grid and place content center. Now this basically makes its content centered, which is not working. Maybe I think the best way of doing this would be to say text line center. Also, we need to apply font size to it. And I believe here, if we go in deep, that font size is the small one. So I'm just going to say var fs small. Okay, so it is centered and it is completely working fine here. Again, so now it is very simple. We just have to copy this and go down and apply it here as well. Great, so we have both of our numbers ready here. And this select, I think, is a bit complicated to do in one video. So I think it's better if we do it in the next video here, but we can start on it. We can start on it in the next video, and I think we can finish the appearance section completely next time. Then we can move on to the layouts and positioning of each element. And you can see our our page is coming along quite nicely. And undoubtedly, I think the CSS would be the hardest part to understand throughout this course. Once we get to JavaScript, I think it would be much easier for you to understand, since we already covered so many like coding principles like modularity, and separating your code, which is the same thing actually, and resets and stuff like that. So I don't think it would be much harder for you. Yeah, so next time we're gonna be finishing off the appearance section here with creating this selector. Also, here also, before we finish off, let's go back and add this these changes to GitHub. So I'm just gonna say git add all git commit to the message, uh, set up more CSS styling. Okay, set up more styling and git push. Okay, so not the best description of a name of a commit, to be honest with you. But thanks for watching. Next time we're going to continue more with the CSS appearance settings. And yeah, till next time, goodbye. So currently here we are in the process of creating the CSS for our project. And the final plan is to make it look something like this. Now, last time we have done well, we have styled some of our elements, but still some things remain in terms of size, especially. So I would like to go back and check the size here. I'm going to go to variables, and I think it is under fonts. Here, the small, I think we did not put this right. So the small here on this should be switched. No, it is right. Uh, but it does look a bit too big for me for some reason. If we just go inspect it here, and if we take a look at this, because okay, it is 24 pixels font size, and that is not what we want. So let's just go back into appearance, and it is in the form here. Here the CTA, we are making it medium, and it should actually be uh, small. Or let's go check back the variables. Uh, yeah, it should actually be small, I think. So let's go back. here. Yeah, let's go back and say it is small. Okay, so now this should resize correctly. Now again, if we check here and if we just go in here, you can see that it has a font of, it should be at this point, I believe it should be like 14 pixels or 16 pixels. But it is, I think, just a bit too big currently. So I think we have to make some changes here for the variables here for the fonts. So the small fonts, if we just take out our calculator here, the small fonts should be at the bigger size, it should be 14 pixels. So that is 14 divided by 12. So it is 1.167 here on the small fonts, on the larger one. So here we actually have to change it. And on the smaller one, it should just be 1 rem. So for the large one, for the medium ones actually, it should actually be on the larger size. It should be 16 pixels. So divided by 12, it is 1.37. So I'm just going to change it to 1.37. And for the smaller ones, it should be the same as this. Okay, so for the smaller ones, the small fonts should be around 14 pixels, right? So I'm just going to say 14 by 12, and it is again this here. Okay, this here for the medium. Great. So now if we just go back here, you can see now it looks much better. Now let's go and edit our selection here. I'm just going to go to form, and I'm just going to go into the index.html file. Let's just scroll down here to the select, and we can actually put a class here, class months. So we just go there and let's go back to the form. And actually it should be months input since we want to make everything consistent. So I'm just going to say force dot months input number. Okay, it should be select input here. Select inputs. Okay. Select input. Now at this point, what we can do here is we can style the selects a bit here, doing the same thing that we did here. So the same padding, same border, text align center, everything. This should actually be consistent, right? So I'm just going to apply, instead of actually rewriting all of that code, we can do a comma here and just add this as well. So now this code will apply to both of them. Now, if we save and go back to our websites, we can see that this January is looking much nicer. But here we want to do is we want to go to the options, and now you can see the option. If we say just change the color to red here, just to see what the options actually are. So you can see the options color changed to be red. Now we have to go back to our config, then resets, then let's just scroll down here, and we have to say here for the picker, we have to say background none, to just disable the background here. So now if we go back here, you can see there isn't any background, which is what we want. So at this point, we can just go back here and we can remove this color red. But instead, we want to do font size to be the small font size. So FS small here. Great. So also you want to make this white. So actually, I think it is under the resets. We have to, okay, let's do it here. We can say color var color whites. And let's also close it here. And here you can see it is white. Now uh, let's work on sort of the container here for everything. Now, if we go back, we don't really have the drop down style. But what we can do here is we can actually select the picker here. So picker for the selects. And now we can apply our own sort of styling here. Form and the picker here. Now what we can do here is very simple. We might want to just apply all of these styles to a color picker as well. Okay, great, but we don't really want the border radius. So let's just take the border radius out. Let's just cut it from here. And let's go and just say form dot number inputs, comma dot form dot select inputs. And for only these two, we want to do border radius here. So hopefully that fixes it. Great. Now for the color picker itself, we want to do a border radius of around 8 pixels. So border radius 8 pixels here. You can see it just turned just a bit, which is exactly what we want. Now for each option, we want each option to have some padding. So I'm just going to say padding around 12 pixels will do. So here, okay, now you can see for some reason it is overflowing, and we can open up our here our keyframe, our inspector, and the select. I think the problem here is from the picker. We want to do widths to be fit content. Maybe that would fix it. Let's just test it out. So also we don't really need, I think this should be actually in the resets. So this should be no padding, so padding 0 and margin would be 0 pixels. Actually from the top it should be 8 pixels, so we're gonna remove this. 0 pixels from the top, 0 pixels from the left and right again, okay, and 0 pixels from the top down. So now this I think this sort of now works here. So the first property is for the top, next property is for the left and right, and the fourth one is just for the bottom here. So yeah, still though, there appears to be some issues here. Okay. The issues have to do with this extra space right here. And let's just say background here red, just to know where it actually is. Also, obviously we can just say background none here, but we can go here and say background red. And that might work. Okay, so all of this is the actual background. Now if we try to say widths to be, for example, let's just say an arbitrary value. This is how you test. You start by doing an arbitrary value, and you can see there's so much empty space right here. And to combat that, I think the best way to implement a clean select here is to remove this padding. And we also, okay, we just removed padding, and for some reason it is still on top. Okay, great. So now it works much better here. But what I want to do is I want to go for each option and say border radius should be 6 pixels. So now you can see some roundedness here. Next up, I want to add some padding here, but I want it to be on the top and bottom only, since there's already some padding on the left and right. So just 8 pixels, maybe 4 or maybe 8. I'm just gonna go 6 pixels here. Now here you can see that this is a bit difficult to work with, considering this the actual CSS select was not designed to be really editable. So it might be tricky here to work with. And here I'm gonna have, like, we can do something with the scroll bar here, scroll marker, and like display. And I think I don't remember the exact syntax, but I think here, uh, yeah. Okay, so obviously this doesn't look good. The scroll bar here doesn't look good. So maybe what we can do is we can do, if we say overflow, actually not here. Is it here? Overflow hidden. Okay, so not here. So we want to go one up for the overflow to work. So select input here. Actually here, I'm gonna say overflow hidden maybe, just to test out how it is. And it actually does accomplish most of that, but you can see it is being cut out. So overflow also would be the proper one here. So by doing overflow auto, what we accomplish is that on screen sizes with sufficient space, you can see the the scroll bar does not exist. But when there is no space, it does exist. And there is actually ways of editing the scroll bar. I think it was WebKit something here, WebKit scroll bar here. And you can add like the width, you can make this like 1 pixel if you want. Uh, you can see how we edited that. You can play around with it and figure out a better way of implementing the scroll bar if you want here. Like there are so many ways, but I'm gonna leave that to you. And I'm just gonna have it just like this for now. Great. So now we have a proper selector and everything is ready. Now one thing we forgot in the last episode is to make this responsive. So let's do that. We want to go to the result display part here. And from here, what I want to do here is change the padding. So the result display here, dot result display, for example, what we want to start with is by saying padding. Let's copy this and do here. It should be around 18 pixels. But on the larger screen sizes, this could be 32 pixels. Okay. So let's go back and see now the difference here. You can see now we have a better space. Now we also go here and I want to create a media here. Add media, mean width 800 pixels. We want to go and select this padding form.cta and you want to say padding. So I want to put 12. Let's just copy this. But here on the small screen size, this should be 8 by 24. But here we could paste in the original size. Also here, for these ones, I could just copy it and just go down here, and I want to do padding here. Now initially, let's just copy this padding, but I want to go 12 by 24 here. Here I want to go 16 by 32. Also, let's go back to the options here. And I want to say, let's do padding block to be, we can actually have it as 6, but I'm just going to decrease it to be 4. So now so many things have decreased in size, and that is actually the way it should be. Regarding the button here, I think we can keep it at 12. Okay, great. That looks nice. Here on the bigger one, we can change this to a 16. Okay, very nice. So one thing remained here, and that is to we already have this interaction for hover that is provided to us through the default select styling here in HTML. So what we can do now is we can actually add the interaction for hover on this button, and I'm just going to do that by creating a new folder here. I'm going to call this micro interactions, and I'm just going to create this for the form.css, this file. So here I just want to select the form.cta, and what I want to do here is just change the background color just a bit. I want to say background color, and we initially were at the pink 500. So let's just go to our variables colors. Let's just go one down and do a 400 here. So now this 400 should be a bit darker. Something like this. So now we can just save, and we want to say var clr pink 400. But instead of just do the CTA, we want to do that on hover. And we want to now, if we do this, we want to make sure that this CTA actually has a transition applied to it. So transition 0.5 seconds linear. Actually, yeah, let's do ease in. 0.5 second all ease in. But for now, we just need the background color. So background color. I'm just gonna keep it at all. Actually, thinking of it, it makes much more sense since we don't know what other interactions we would have in the future. So we just need to create a style.css. Here we can say add imports form.css. Now we can go to the primary style website style file here, and we want to say micro interactions slash style.css. Now, if we go back, we should see just a bit of a micro interactions here, but I don't think it is quite enough. So I'm just going to go to the colors and change this to be a bit darker. So now, let's just save this. So now we can see it just gets a bit darker, which is exactly what we want. It's not something like mind-blowing, but it is very good. So now we also want to do the transition to be 0.25. So you can see this is much nicer. It is responsive to what the user does. Also, I think this text is a bit too big and the line height is a bit too much. So I'm just going to go to the main here. And I'm just going to change it just a bit here. The line height should be around 81, I believe. And I'm going to go to this variables, then fonts, then the extra large. I'm going to change this to be like 7.5. And here on the smaller one, I'm just going to go 4.5 here. So just a 0.5 decrease. So now this gives us much more room to work with. Very nice. So we have so many things now done. Obviously we can work on this scroll bar a bit more. Something I want to check out actually is, let's just move all of these guys here and let's go to the form. And here, if we could do WebKits scroll bar here, and if we can do for example, we can do background color to be red, for example, just to test it out, right? And okay, it doesn't quite work here. Maybe we should get this out. Okay, so you can see how it applies there, but it does not apply here. Okay, let's try to do widths of 1 pixel. Okay, so that gets rid of the scroll bar on both sides. Now if we indent this, and this is called CSS indentation, it applies here. Okay, so in CSS indentation is just overall for the whole website. So unfortunately we can't really do anything about this, but just to make this look at least more presentable, I'm gonna make just a little tweak here. Let's just save this. I want this to be around maybe 2 pixels. Right, so this works much nicer here. So obviously it's not perfect. And we can actually work with the scroll bar thumb here. So WebKits, scroll bar. I think it's the tracker. So if we, for example, say background red here to the tracker, this should be okay. So it is applying here, but it's not applying here for some reason. Maybe there is something overriding it. Let's do scroll bar button. The scroll bar buttons are actually is these parts right here. If we go up top, it should have been these parts, but okay, there is actually a better way of working with this. Now, as I'm thinking about it, what we can do here is we can go to the picker here, and we can set its height, right? So we can say height would be fit content. This might work or might not work. But okay. Okay. Again, a pretty weird property of the scroll bar. In development, I always find it to be inconsistent. Like you see here, for sometimes it works and other times it doesn't work. Anyway, we won't even be continuing here. Let's just go to the options, and here instead of white, I want to do gray 700. We don't want it to be too high contrast, and let's change this padding block to be 6 here. Okay, so it should be okay. We actually changed it. It should be 4 here and 6 here. So now this works much better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and obviously there are some issues with this. in a real world project, what you will do is you'll probably not go directly like this, but actually you would want to create your own custom selects, because this select actually is really not best for customization. And it is buggy most of the time. So in real project, you would see people using their own custom coded selects. And maybe in the future we can do that. Okay, very nice. So let's just check the responsiveness one more time here. Okay, very nice. Everything here seems to be working nicely. Okay, good validation. Uh, okay, good validation here. Very nice. So now, next up, we can continue with the CSS and working on the layouts. So that would be much easier and more fun to work with now that we have done the hard parts of this job. Okay, let's just now do the final touches, which is git add all. As always, we have to commit our code. So git commit with a message, finalized, finished. You can say finish CSS appearance appearance styling, and git push. And just after a second or two, this should finish up pushing to the main branch, as you can see here. And that's it for today. So that's so much progress, and we are getting close into this final look of our websites. Obviously, we had to make some tweaks from the original design to make it work best on the browser. But all said, it's a good progress that we have been doing so far. Next time, we're going to continue with more CSS, and until next time, goodbye. So we are almost done with the HTML and CSS part here. We just have to finalize the CSS today. And we're going to be doing that using the layouts properties of CSS. So obviously everything looks the way it needs to look currently, but the only difference here being the layout. So everything here is structured, while everything there in the actual design currently is unstructured. So we're going to be doing that. So how are we going to start doing that? First of all, we just want to collapse everything. And here in the styles, so in the styles folder, I want to create a new folder. I want to call it layout actually. So then I want to create two files, layout, style.css. And initially, we're just going to be starting by working on the navbar. So I'm just going to create one for the navbar.css. Great. So in the style of CSS, we want to go ahead and import the navbar.css. Great. So we are already importing that here, and we want to go to the primary style of CSS file. And we want to do here is we want to go down and just import from the layout slash style.css. Now, after saving it, we can now close this. And let's go back here for the navbar, and let's start. First of all, we want to select the navbar. And actually, let's start with the identity. So let's just say navbar.identity. And let's go to our HTML page to set this up. And it's taking quite a long time for some reason, but we are here. So I want to select everything here that is in the navbar, from the link to the made by 12 natural A group 6. So I want to select that, Control-Shift-P on my keyboard, and wrap with abbreviation. This is a quick trick in VS Code where you can just wrap some part of your code with another element. So I'm going to be using the navbar element here with the navbar class. So this navbar element is one of those semantic elements which we have discussed about. So at this point, we need an identity here. So let's have this, let's break this into a couple of parts here. I just like to make this as structured as possible. And I'm going to give this class, I'm going to call this identity. Identity because it has both the image and the brand name. Identity. So here for the identity, what we want to do is we want to use display flex align items sensor. So the display flex part will just make sure that the content is side by side, and this will aligning them center to each other. After that, we want to provide a bit of a gap around 8 pixels. Great, so that's all we want to do, and we want to now go back to our page here, and you can see now it is properly structured. Now we want to go back one up to the navbar, and we want to do the same thing. We want to put display flex, then align items. Here align items center. And here we want to do justify content space between. The reason we want to do this is to make sure that the content takes each side individually. So one of the contents will be on the left side and the other will be on the right side. So now let's save this and apply a 16 pixel padding. Gap. Okay, the primary reason we need a gap here is as the screen gets closer and closer, smaller and smaller, the content will get closer and closer to each other, and we still want a fallback gap here just to make it work properly, so that the content doesn't swoosh. So you can see now it becomes side by side. Now we need some bit of spacing on the left and right, and for this we're actually going to be creating our utils CSS folder here, and inside of it I'm just going to create the style.css and a layout utils.css layout.css. For this file will house all the styling for utility styling for the layout, and the primary one here will be the wrapper, and this will be a bit complicated. Let's just go through it. So min 100 view widths minus 2 rem minus 32 pixels, comma 1236 pixels. Okay, so what is this? We are basically saying that the width of any container with the wrapper class should be the minimum value of either 100 view widths minus 32 pixels. 32 pixels is 16 pixels from the right and the left. So, or it should be 1236 pixels. So on larger screen sizes, this will apply. But on smaller screen sizes, since the view widths will be very small, this will apply. And you will see how this works in just a moment here. Just have to say margin inline. Also, just to make sure that the content is horizontally centered. So now if we go here, we did not apply it, so that really won't work. We just have to first import it here. Import layouts.css. And go here and actually we have to include it here. So add import utils/style.css. Okay, great. So now we can go to primary style here, and since we already included it, we can go to the index.html and go here and apply the wrapper class, wrapper. And if we go here now, you should see that this content got pushed from the left and right by 16 pixels, and it will be more obvious when we go like this here and we make it super large. So at some point it will not expand, it will stay at the maximum width it could go, which is 1236 pixels. Great, so this is what we want. The final thing we want to do here for the navbar is just apply some padding. So padding block here would be 16 pixels, right? So 16 pixels from the top and bottom. That's what block means. So we got some breathing room right here, and this is exactly what we want. Now we can create another file in the layout folder called main.css. So this will house our main content. So DOS main. Now let's just close off the navbar for now, and let's go to the index.html page. And here the main is, it includes the h1, the p, and the form together with the result display. So Control-Shift-P, wrap is abbreviation. I'm going to call this main.main. So the main element is just housing the primary content of our website, which is a very important element. Okay. So we want to style the headline first of all. So let's go here, main dots headline here. We want to start by saying text. Okay, we want to start by saying margin inline, inline auto. Okay, I can't type today for some reason. Margin inline auto here. Ooh, okay, it's not being included here, so that's the problem. And we want to say import main.css, right? So you can now go back, and you can see that it is now properly centered. One thing we forgot here for the navbar is to give it some breathing room. So I'm just gonna go back to the navbar and just apply some padding. Top should be 16 pixels, but padding bottom, I would like it to be a bit more, so around 32 pixels. That's the only change I'm gonna make. Now looking at this, we should have a bit more of a breathing room right here. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's it for the navbar. Now we want to do the same thing for the content right here, as you can see, but it is currently it is full width, and we want to change that. So let's go back to appearance, main, and the sub headline here. We should give it some properties here. The first thing we want to do is we want to say text line center. That's the first thing we want to do, and margin, not margin, we actually want to make it max width would be around 24 characters. So now we get it to be cut at this point, which is exactly what we want. So we can now go back to the main.css and we want to say .main.subheadline, and let's just do a margin inline also. Okay, very good here. So okay, it is now at the center, but we want to have extra bit of spacing between these two elements since it is a bit cluttered right here. And for this, I'm gonna do margin bottom to be 16 pixels. So if we go back, we have a bit of breathing room right here, which is perfect, and our website is coming along quite nicely. Now we want to move to the form, so let's just create a new file, form.css, and let's go here and just import form.css. Now let's kind of close this out. Actually, we need the main for one more thing. We want to have a bit of spacing between the form and the subheadline here. So we want to do around margin bottom of around 32 pixels. Okay, so we have some breathing room, as you can see. So we can now close this off, and since we have already included the form.css in the style, we can just move here. Okay. For now, we already have this contained inside of the form, so we can just go directly into the inputs, and we have 3 inputs: the select and the 2 input numbers here. So we want to Control-Shift-P again, wrap with occupation, and we want to say inputs for this. We can now put this inside of a div since there isn't really any semantic tag for it. So we want to start by saying .form.inputs. We want to say display flex to put them side by side. And we want to give them a gap of 16 pixels. But before that, we want to make sure that they are align items stretch. This stretch will basically mean that everybody will have the height of the biggest element. And we also want to say justify contents center, just to center them instead of just using margin inline also. Okay, great. So you can see how everything just took place right here. Perfect. Okay. I have a feeling though that the spacing here inside of the subheadline is a bit too much. I'm just going to decrease this to around 24 pixels, which I think it was actually the original. Yeah, so this was the proper one. Now we have this button here. Before we even think about that button, we want to make sure that this is responsive. So we're just going to be saying okay, so we'll be saying here flex wrap, meaning if you don't have the space to accommodate 3 elements, you should wrap. Okay. Next up, we want to go to the appearance and go back to the form. And for the number input and select input, we want to make sure that the min width, actually the minimum width it could go is fit content. So we don't want it to struggle to keep the layout. If there isn't any space for it when we go down, just wrap. Okay. Great. Maybe we should decrease the 16 pixels. It is fine though. It is fine. Yeah, it is fine. Obviously, this couldn't be more than 31, and this should be like 2000. Okay. Now this is a good format, right? So we see how this will work and look when it is over. Now let's go to the button here. Dot form, I believe it's dot form dot CTA, and the only thing we want to do is just say margin inline also, meaning we just center it on the horizontal. Okay, it is not being centered on the horizontal. Let's see. Are we selecting it properly? Dot form dot CTA. Okay. Okay, this is now working obviously because buttons are actually inline elements. So let's make sure that this is display block here. So now the margin would work, and here we have it properly working. Now we need extra space in between here, and let me just check this out since I forgot, and it is around 16 pixels. Okay, so now we will go to the inputs and just say margin bottom here, 16 pixels. And if we go back, you can see it is properly styled. Now, as you go up and down, you can see it always works as it should. So this is what we call a responsive design. Now, not much is left. First, let's work on this part. And let's go. And actually, I want to test out some different sides, right? So why not just change this to be, yeah, let's just change this to this. And okay, yeah, so this also works. One thing I think we made a mistake with is here, let's go to the main appearance. Actually, the result display and the images here. We should not be styling the heights. Rather, it should probably be the width. So the width here, for example, is around 177. So I'm gonna go a good size for this, I believe, would be around 152, which is a multiple of, actually this should be 4 maybe. I'm forgetting the numbers. Around 64 or 63. 62. Okay, 162 was the number here. So I don't really need to know where the number comes from. Just know, okay, this 62 should be here. We should decrease this to be around 96. Okay, so now this is nice and big, and when we decrease it, it is effectively decreased. Okay. Obviously, we have to make sure that this size is proportional to all of our elements. And currently for this one, it is. But if we change it like to the previous one, and we see it is big, quite bigger, but I think it has a good bit of size to it. So yeah, it is good. Maybe the difference is a bit too much, but that has to do with the actual images, and not the actual, not something that you can actually work with. So let's actually just try to do it the same way it was before. So let's see how it works. So this is a bit smaller, and I think this was the one here, and this is too small. So okay, we can do here is we can increase this. So from 64, I'm going to go around 96. And from, okay, actually 72. And from 72, from 96, I'm going to go around 128. Okay. This is nice here. Maybe we can increase this to be 96. Okay. So let's check out for the other sign again. I just want to make sure this works for all the signs. Okay, now it is a bit considerably bigger, but I think at this point we have found a good middle ground. Okay, let's continue. We want to now create a layout for results display.css, and we want to include it, right? So we want to do as import result display. Okay. Now let's go to the index.html, and we already have this inside of a div, which makes our lives a whole lot easier. First thing we want to do is we want to say max width. Actually, we want to just say width fit content. Okay, great. Then we want to go here, and we have the result info, and we want to go to result display in the appearance. Result info, max width. I think this should cut off around February, so it should be around 16 ch. Okay, that's too low. Let's go around 24 ch. Let's go 28. 32. Okay, 32 probably is the number. Okay, great. We also want this to be text align center here, so we can close this off, and we can see how it looks. Great. So the final thing we want to do here is in the result display. We want to do, first of all, we want to say display flex, and we want to say align items center, and we want to say margin inline. Also, just making everything centered here. Okay, when we do display flex, you can see it's put them side by side, and this is not what we want actually. We want, as you can see in the original design, we want it to be stacked. So we can do here is we can do flex direction, and if we do columns, now it will appear inside of one column, so it will be top down. Great. So we need extra spacing in between these elements, so it should be around 32 pixels. I will do 24 pixels just since I believe it will translate better into the browser. I'm going to do 24. not ch, 24 pixels here. Great. Great. Maybe 32 pixels was the right choice. Okay, yeah, it was. Also, we need some spacing here. So how much is that, first of all? Okay, 64 pixels. That should translate to around 48 pixels here. You don't really need to know the translation. I did not make it consciously for the browser, so that's why I have to tweak some of the numbers. But if you're working with a designer, they should provide you with the proper sizes. I just made the design in a hurry, so it really doesn't have the proper sizes here. The way we have to do it is in the form, I believe. So the form should push this down with a margin bottom of around 48 pixels. Okay, great. Now, very nice. We have our layouts almost fully complete. Uh, all that is left to do is just select this piece of contents right here, the image, and where should we actually style the image? Which is a good question. First of all, let's actually go back to the index.html, go to the main, and just apply the wrapper here. So everything should be wrapped around the center. Also, I don't believe the navbar is providing enough separation, so I'm just going to go padding bottom around. Let's increase this to around 48 pixels. Okay, 48 pixels, maybe 64 even. Let's just look at how, okay, let's look at this. Okay, now this is more like it. So, obviously my browser screen is a bit too small, so not everything is coming up, and I have to scroll. But I think our layout is completely done. We just have to finish with this image. So for the image, I'm gonna go create a general CSS generals actually. So general styling here. Here, did we do it in the main? Okay, so we should probably do it inside of the main as well here. And let's go inside of the main, even though it is not technically in the main class. So we can do here is we can do here was this home accent? Let's just go back and copy it from there. It was home accent img. Let's just copy it. And let's do position should be absolute. And it should be at the bottom. So let's just say bottom 0. And let's see how this works. Okay, it is now overlapping a bit too much. It is creating a good clouding effect. But let's try, for example, to make it z index -9, meaning actually -999. So meaning it is at the very back of everything. So now we can see. Okay, we wanted to also scroll down. So maybe we can do position sticky. Great. Okay. It is working, but it's creating a bit too much space right here. Let's just check out the problem. So the navbar, the main, then the image. Okay. What if we make it position static here instead of sticky? Static. Okay, that doesn't quite work. We should probably have done it in a way that is in the background. Okay, so that will be a bit difficult to do. Let's try to fix that. So the way I should have done this, I should have imported this as the background. Okay. Okay, let's do for now. Position fixed maybe. Let's do that. Okay, yeah, position fixed actually works. I was afraid I should change many things in the CSS to accommodate this, but hopefully this works. Okay. Now the final thing here is I want to go to the display results. And here the display results in the HTML, this is inside of the main. So actually I want to go to the main layout. And I want to say here main, actually let's go up, dot main margin bottom, and we have 32 pixels just to get this off of the ground, just to create some additional spacing right here. Great, so now obviously this doesn't work. Let's refresh it and see. It doesn't work actually. If we just include like 2 February 2012, for example, zero sign, and just refresh it, it doesn't work. So next time, you're just going to be starting on the JavaScript, and we're going to making this website actually come to life here and make it fully functional. So this was all for the CSS. We obviously have to finish by doing git add all, git commit with a message here, finished CSS, and git push. Okay, thanks for watching. This was all for the CSS. It looks a bit complicated, but I really hope you learned so much. At least I hope you learned one thing from all of this. Uh, Again, thanks for watching. Next time we're going to be continuing on the JavaScript. And until next time, goodbye. Okay, so we've been through quite the journey so far to get to the JavaScript, which will be our first programming language, actual programming language that we're going to be using in this course. Now, before we actually work on JavaScript, let's see where we ended up last time. Here you can see the website in its current form, which is just a static page here with no interactions, and it isn't really functional here. So let's add some JavaScript to bring this into life. So as we did with the style, we need to create a separate folder for our JavaScript. And here I'm going to call it scripts. And as we did with the style, we will need an entry point JavaScript file. Now, people sometimes call it main.js. Sometimes they call it index.js. You can do whatever you want. This really doesn't matter at this point. Like for HTML, index.html is kind of important. For CSS, style.css isn't really important, but it's the convention. But both index and main work in this case. Just to create some separation between the HTML file, I'm just going to say main.js. So here, we want to include this inside of our HTML. So we want to start by saying script. And now this script file, we want to give it a source. And for the source, we're just going to go into the scripts folder and slash main.js. So this will be our entry points to the JavaScript world. Now, one thing to note here, this won't actually work. The reason it won't work is because HTML loads JavaScript in order of it, in the order it is written. So it will first load the JavaScript, then it will load the HTML. But the JavaScript needs the HTML to function. So we need to do either one thing. So we need to either put it just here so that the HTML finishes loading up before the JavaScript actually loads, or another way, which is the way I'm going to do it and my preferred way, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to say defer. Now you can read more about defer here even, but the primary idea here is defer waits until the body is completely loaded before it actually goes and loads the JavaScript. So let's test out JavaScript, right? So let's go back in our website and right click here and go to inspect. Let's drag this in here and open up our console here. Don't need any of these errors. Let's remove this as well. So here is where most of our JavaScript testing will occur. So now if we just say console.log, and if we just say hello from JavaScript, okay, so then if we just go ahead, you can see hello from JavaScript. Okay, yeah. So let's just remove everything here. And now we can work with our JavaScript, which is great. So where do we start in this journey here? The first thing I want to do here is actually create another file. So what do we want to do? First of all, let's go back and see what do you want to do. I like to break my actions down when programming, so it becomes easier to comprehend each part, and you can focus on doing one thing after the other, instead of like getting overwhelmed with everything coming to you all at once. So what do we want to do? Okay, so the user will enter some values here. Great. So what you want to do is, first things, we want to get access to those values. Once we get access to those values, we can actually read them as dates, then do the necessary calculations and comparisons, and finally get the results here from this date here. So for today, let's just focus on getting this information into our code. Okay, so how do we do that? I'm going to start by creating a JavaScript uh, folder here, maybe file, and I'm going to call it get user info. Sorry, not get user info. It should actually be uh, get user input. That's what I meant to say. .js. So let's get the user inputs here. And to get the user inputs, we have to do a couple of things. But first of all, uh, we're not going to be just saying add import, because that doesn't exist in JavaScript. Here, to actually get this, we're going to be using functions. We're going to be writing JavaScript in a functional method. So what is a functional method? Quite simply, a functional method of writing code is just using functions. And we'll see what functions actually are in just a moment here. Uh, so let's start here. Just let's say const get user inputs, and we want to make this a function. Now, this is called the arrow syntax function for JavaScript. You just have to memorize this syntax. And here in the brackets is where we put our parameters, actually arguments, and nothing really changed from a regular JavaScript function. But what we can do here is we can say module.exports, and we can do get user input. So by just doing that here, we can now export this file out of this function out of this file. So how do we proceed at this point? Let's just test it out. I want to just say console.log user inputs, right? So now we can go here and we can first get this function here, get user inputs equals, actually we want to say require, I believe it was, and it will be get user input .js, we could say. Actually here we can omit the .js part, I think. So let's just now run this function gets user input. And if we just save it, one thing might happen is require is not defined. And why are we looking at having this error? The simplest answer would be that JavaScript, when working directly with the HTML, is not modular in and of itself. It's not modular. So what we have to do is we can do a couple of things here. First of all, we can do here, we can try to make this MJS, which stands for, I believe, modular JavaScript. But the way people typically do this is by including another script here. So again, this will be the get user inputs.js. And if we include the defer here, that means we don't need to export this from here. And we don't need to import this here. We can just say get user inputs. Okay. Okay, so let's see, we got a couple of errors. Let's look into them. Okay, first, I don't think we did this correctly here. It should be scripts. Okay. Now we get the text here. Now you can do it however way you want. This is the most used way, I believe. So I'm just gonna keep doing that for now. Maybe in the future I might change the way I do things. I just want to show you how to use the module export and request and why it doesn't work, since it was confusing for me at first when I was starting out. So here we can just proceed here, and the get user inputs should return the user inputs. Okay. Okay, should just return the user inputs. Now currently this user input does not exist, but we're gonna make it exist in a moment. So just say user input equals gets user input. Perfect. Okay, let's close the HTML for now. And how do we proceed to get the user inputs? The first thing we want to do is we want to get the form, right? So it is the form that we'll be actually accessing here. So here for the form, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna go in and I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna give this an ID of user, let's just say form, right? So since we only have one form, so I'm just gonna say const form element il. The il keyword, I just like to prefix my elements with the il just to not make it ambiguous in the future. So I'm just gonna say this is documents dot get element by ID. Now you can always use query selector, but I think this is a bit more structured and safer, so I like to use this whenever possible. So let's just continue here. I get element by ID, and ID will be form. Now next up, we want to do something here. We want to say form elements dot, maybe we should do this outside and we can get it in later. Form element dot add event listener. Okay, you know what here? Let's just continue. We're gonna get that. Okay, we can just say add event listener here, and for the event listener, we can just call it submit, since that's the default event listener for a form. And for this one, we're just gonna be handling it. Let's take the events, the event variable here, and object, actually the event object as it's called. And now we can work with this. So the first thing we want to do is event.prevent default. Now, this will prevent the regular event handling process, which just refreshes the page. You don't want to refresh the page each time the user submits on the form. So that's the first thing we want to do. The second thing we want to do is we want to create the form data. So form data is new form data. This is the form data class. And here we're just going to input the form element. Great. So we're just creating a sort of a variable, an object that communicates with the form actually. This is an API pre-built in JavaScript to make it easier for us to work with the form. So from this now, we can get so much information. So we can start by saying form data here. And if we just console log it each time the user submits something, okay, let's go in and let's just, for now we can comment this out and we don't need this for now. So now let's just save this. And so when we submit the form here, okay, let's input our numbers. We can see form data is empty. And that's because this is not the way we actually access form data. The way we actually should be accessing form data is by saying dot gets, for example, let's say dot gets all, right? So, okay, if we do that here again, when we submit, you can see get all form data, one argument required. This is because we need to include all of our form elements here by their name. So here you can see we gave this the name of dates, months, and year. So let's include that. So dates, it should be a string, date, months, and year. So now when we submit this here, you can see we get one, which is just the first one here. Now this is kind of tedious to work with, so I like to do it with the gate here. And if we, for example, say just form data get that date, now this is more easier to understand, right? So here one. Okay, what if we say months at this point? So if we just say months here and save it, okay, 2000. It is kind of annoying. It refreshes every time, but usually we have January, which is the actual value. Great. So at this point, we got our form, but we need to structure our data in such a way we can send it out, right? So we can just create user inputs here. And we can say, we can make this into an object, and the user would input a date. Then the user will input a month. And finally, the user will input a year, right? So just get here and create some space. Now the date will be form data again, dot get, and it will be the dates since we already have that name pre-made in our JavaScript, right? So our HTML actually. And for the months, the same thing, just change it to be months. Form data dot get dot year. Okay, not dot, but here, just year. So now we have our user inputs. And what we want to do is here, we probably want to just console.log it for now. Console.log user input. Okay. So now let's do, for example, 2nd of February 2020 here. And you can see that date is 02 month, February, year 2020. So we have our results which we want. So now what we want to do here is actually just we want to get this results out of here so that we can use this, right? So I want to now change the name of this file actually. Probably this should be the main JavaScript file. Okay. Let's first delete this. And I think this should be the main JavaScript file. Okay. So now we can just go up and remove the gets user input. That was unnecessary. And I just want to show you the relationship on how modular JavaScript can be. Okay. So now here, I don't want to have everything on a single file. This main JS file should be where all of our code is compiled. Now, most of our code should be here, our primary running code, but really doesn't have to be that clean in terms of doesn't have to be just imports, right? So most of our code, our logic will go in this file. But what could we extract? First of all, we need all of our form elements. I would like to have a separate file for our elements here. And I'm going to call this elements.js. Actually, let's call it L. Okay, let's call it elements just to be clear. And here, I'm just going to take this, cut it out from here, and just paste it here. Now, if we go back, this should form an error here. But if we go here and just include this elements.js, it should disappear. Now, if we don't want to do this again and again, I'm not sure how much this works, but we can say import elements. Okay. The import statement cannot be used outside of a module. Now this is where we can use .mjs. And if we go back here, you cannot find the main.js. So you have to do it in the way of mjs here. Cannot use it also. So we have to again go here and include the mjs. Now, yeah, let's just do that. Now there is so much of a hassle that goes with this. So I'm just gonna opt to do it the regular way, which is just let's uncomment this. So this is a way cleaner way of doing this. So we can now say we can remove this, and let's make this JS, and here this should be JS as well. Okay. So I'm trying as much as possible to show you all the possible errors and implementations, but you can see at the end of the day, this still works. Okay, so now that we are on a good track, what else could we get out of this file? So remove from this file. I don't like this being here, so I'm just going to take every piece of code here, and I'm just going to say get user input, handle user input, actually user input.js. And for this one, I'm just going to create a function. So const handle user input, and this will be our function. So for this one, I'm just going to say handle user input. And we don't need our parentheses here because it runs automatically. And here it will just take the E because this is being automatically supplied just here. Now we can, for this to work, obviously, we have to include it here. So handle user inputs.js. So again, let's test that this works. Again, it does work. So we can move on here. So you can see that our main.js file is much linear right now, and that is exactly what we want. So then here, what can we take out of this file? So I think At this point, this is pretty nice and well organized. We just have to uh, let's just return this user input from here instead of just console.logging it. And inside of our main.js file, I'm just gonna make this into an arrow function, and I'm gonna supply this with our E for event objects, and we can say const user input, and here I'm just gonna change it actually to get user input. So see the way I'm structuring my file here? So get user input. So I'm slowly changing parts of the code to make it work better. So here, instead of handle user input, get user input. So again, making sure that this works, going back. So searching. So okay, nothing happens, but it works. Nothing happens because we remove the console.log statement and we're just returning it. Now this might seem unnecessary, but as your project grows, you'll think the level of organization that is occurring here. Now continuing from this point, we can see that we can do actually one more thing. Since we already have everything set up in the form, we can just create a new date, right? So const date equals new date, and the date will be just an organization of user inputs. First of all, we're just going to take user input dot date, then user input dot month, then user input dot year. Now there are some reasons this won't really work, but we're gonna talk about this more next time. For now, let's look at. Okay, yeah, we have to console.log this first for console.log date for it to actually show up. And you see invalid dates, which is actually the way we want this to work, because here we are importing just strings, and that's not the way we want it to happen. The first thing we want to do, we can do to try and fix it, is to try to transform this into numbers. For example, let's say this is a number. Okay, this is also a number. Okay, the month is actually not a number. You can't really convert a month to a number. Now, instead of console.logging the dates, let's try to console.log the user inputs and see the difference. So now if I say 01, for example, and 2000 here, you can see it is converted to a number instead of a string. Now, that's good behavior, but what about the months? So we need a conversion, right? So months conversion.js, months conversion.js here. And we just need a constant here, months conversion. And now this constant will just be a list or an object here. So the first element will be January, and January will be 0. So we'll be using a zero-based indexing. And here we will just continue 12 times, around 12 times here. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August here, and a couple of more remain here. So So let's just duplicate this a couple of times. June, July, August, September, October, November, and finally December here. Now we can change this from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, and going on. 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10, and we'll end it as 11 here. So obviously we're using zero-based indexing here. Now obviously we have to include this in our HTML script source script slash months conversion, and I'm just going to get this up here, and we're just going to be using the months conversion, right? So to find the actual months, the index of the months, we're going to say months conversion at, this will be here. These are all the possible values, and we're going to say user input dot months. And if we save, and if we just start by saying 1 and 2000 here, it should be 0 since it's January. But if this was March, it should be 2. Great. So just know that this is the syntax to get a value from a key. So yeah, I think this could, working with dates is not the easiest thing, but we're going to be trying to break it down even further in the coming videos. For today, let's just finish by saying git add all, git commit with a message added JS config, and git push. Okay. So that's all for today. Next time we're going to be continuing further in the JavaScript and working with dates even more. Okay, thanks for watching. Until next time, goodbye. Let's continue working on the JavaScript here and working on the functionality of the website. So last time we finished here where we are just taking the user input, and here we are converting the date and the year to numbers. And we are taking the months here and using months conversion factors to change them to the appropriate indexes. So we're in a good state currently. So all we need to do at this point is let's just comment this out. And what we're doing basically is we are getting the user input and we are creating a date from that user input. Okay. So then what we should do here is we should structure the date in a way that we can present it. So let's do that. Let's say const structured date equals, we're going to say date dot local, actually it's to local string here, and we'll use this function or this method to actually change it into the appropriate form. So let's just say console.log structured date. So now we can just go back here. Let's open up our inspector panel. Let's go to the source. Okay. Now, if we just say, for example, the third day of, let's say, November and 2019, and if we enter, you can see that it says invalid dates. Because here the new date gets the user input date, the user input year, which is actually proper. But we need to change the user input months to be the months conversion factor. So now if we go back and try that one more time, let's see the 3rd of November 2019. Here you'll see a different sort of results, because I think I'm mistaken in the way I've done this, because these three here, these three arguments actually matter. So for example, November is, if we go here, November is the 10th month. So here we can see, for some reason, it says that November is the 11th month. And to make it easier for us to work, we have to, okay, for some reason, it's not working. Okay, let's just console.log the date to see what the base date actually looks like. If we say November 2019, what does this look like? It says Saturday, July 11th, 1908. Okay, so I think that's because we did not input these in the proper order. So let's try this. Let's try, I believe the year should be first. Year here, dates. Actually, let's change this. Let's take this, put it back here. And let's put this all in separate lines to make it easier to work with. So we're going to start with the year, the dates, and then the months. Let's see if that works. I'm not sure of the actual order here, so I'm just testing it out. 2019. Okay, so we get Wednesday, April 10, 2019. So the 2019 part is correct, meaning the year should be first. Now let's change this to include the date in the middle. So 02 November 2018. So we get November the 2nd, 2019. That's what we want. So the reason I want to show you and not cut this part out is because you have to understand the power of debugging using console.log. You have to test again and again and log out so many different things to get what you want. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, I'm going to take the structured dates. Let's give this some space here. And I'm just going to console.log this. So now if we, for example, say the 7th day of April 1999, you can see we get 4/7/1999, 12 a.m. Okay, so that's great. That's actually what we want. But now we can do more with this. We're going to start by saying default for this to use the default locals. The default locals basically mean the computer's default locals. Then we're going to be including some formatting. So what's the first thing you want to show? So I want to have this format, Tuesday, February 2, 2008. So let's start with the day. I'm going to say day, and I'm going to say numeric. Actually, we need Tuesday, so that's weekday. So let's just change this to weekday. And here I'm going to say long, meaning it won't be it will be Tuesday, the full. Then we will go to the months. And again, this will be long. So it won't say Feb, it will be February. Then the dates. So the date. Now for the date, you can see we have the numeric option. Numeric basically means you won't say 2 like TWO, you'll say 2 like the number. Finally, we want the year. And again, we want this to be numeric. Okay, so now if we also there is options for numeric and 2 digits, which for the day maybe let's try to 2 digits here. And if we now try to paste this here, 2000, for example, we get January 2000. Okay, I don't think I've spelled the 2 digits part correctly here. Okay. Okay, let's try to see with the numeric. I think the numeric is the proper one. So 2000. So it's January 2000, Saturday. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that could work, but we need a bit of a different way of doing this. We need the date to show up. For some reason, it is not showing up here. in this case. Uh, Again, one thing I want to do is change this to local date string, which I find it's easier to work with. It sometimes doesn't make much of a difference, but if we just test it out, yeah, doesn't really make much of a difference. But I think this is better built for handling dates. So what could be the problem here? Let's try to just do the date here. Is it date style? I'm not sure. Let's try full here. Okay, just testing it out, console.log. Okay, yeah. So you can see this was the proper way to do it. It was the date style. Uh, so the date style, instead of us doing everything here and setting the weekday, the month, the year, I think it was the date style and I just forgot it. Okay. Okay, so full date style. Now I'm just going to break this into separate lines just to make it easier to see. Okay, just give me a moment here and we're done. So we have now the dates and we have the structured form of the dates and we are just console logging it. Now we don't want all of this to be handled in the main.js file. We just want to get the user input and compile the structured date from it. So we can create a new file, a JavaScript file here. I'm just going to call this structured date.js. And I'm going to just going to take this. And this is going to be a function const structured date. This will just take the user input here as an argument. And the merge conversion is always available to each of the JavaScript files. So we don't really have to worry about that. So yeah, then we're going to return the structured. Okay, we can return the date as well. Let's return both the date, and we don't need to say date. If they are the same, can just do date, and JavaScript will infer that, and the structured date. Okay. So now we can exit out of this, and we can just do. We can say const structured. We can structure the structured dates here. It's called destructuring, where you structure dates. Okay. So we are calling this function, and this is providing an object. This is called destructuring, where we destructure one part of the object. So instead of saying structured date here, dot date and dot structured date, we can just infer this like this. Great. So this means we are getting this part. If we do like date, it will be the opposites, obviously. So now for this to work, obviously we have to get this part here. This will be in the scripts, structure dates, and defer. Everything should be defer actually, just to be sure. Actually, only the main script should be defer for this to work, I believe. So let's just try. Okay, yeah. Everything with a DOM manipulation should be defer. So just to make sure, we can just keep it there. So now let's test it out. January. I want to do February the 2nd, 2008. Okay. Uh, hmm. Structured date before initialization. Okay. So what we're doing here, we are doing structured date equals. Okay. Yeah. So we have to change this. Let's just change this to format. Actually, let's just change this to get structured date here. And let's change this as well. Get structured date. Okay, so now let's go back to the main and say get structured dates. And finally, we want to go here and change this to get structured date.js. Okay, so now let's test it out. This will be February 2008. Let's read property of undefined year. Okay, so let's see. Scroll back here. That means we're not using the user input since we're not passing it in here. So I'm just going to paste it here. And I think that's the final thing we have to handle. So February 2008. And it works. Great, so this was exactly what we wanted. Now we can continue. Now what should we do next? So we're in the main.js, but what should we do next? The one thing we have is this text. So already this is done. This works completely. But what about the sign? Now for the sign, I believe I have, so I can search for zodiac sign here. I have this website, and since I don't really know the signs, I'm just going to use this as a reference. So what I'm going to do here, let's just scroll down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go here in the scripts and I'm going to have signs.js. So let's just remove some of these and let's just get into a script here and source. I'm going to get up here and say the first value. Let's just include the scripts signs.js. Great. So what we can do here is we can just go to the size and I'm going to create a function here, const get signs equals a function here. And we're just going to be returning signs here. Okay, let's create this object. I'm going to go signs equals. Okay, how do we start? So we will have a couple of signs. So Aries here, I believe it's called. I'm not going to try to pronounce all of them because I know I'm probably going to get them wrong here. So Gemini, I believe here, and there are around 12 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, just gonna go ahead. Okay, we can copy this here instead of writing it out. And one thing to make sure is everything is lowercase. That's my convention. I like everything that is not straight up text to be lowercase. So again, here and okay, great. So now, as you can see here, each of these dates have an starting and ending dates. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this here. I'm going to say start date here and end date. And let's just copy this part here. So a cool trick in VS Code is you can hold Alt to select multiple places as I'm doing here. So you can see by just selecting Alt, I am selecting so many different places. To unselect, you can just click on the selected. So here I can just paste it here. So now you can see each of these now have a start and end dates. Okay, now we can go apply these, right? So for each of these, this is going to be a dates. So let's just work on the first one, Aries, and we're just going to say new dates. And here we're going to take the year from we're going to be having to supply the year because we're comparing each person's zodiac sign, meaning each person will have a different year, but the actual months and the dates won't really change. So here we're just going to say, if we go back to structured dates, you can see the order is year, months, and dates. So let's say the year here is the year that we're going to be providing. Then we will need a month. So here the month is March. So March is basically the January, February, March. So March is the third date. Since we use zero-based indexing, it will be the second date. January would be the zero date month instead of the first month. And here we can see that it is 21. So that's the date. So again, we are following year, months, and dates. And let's do this here again. So new date for the end date here. The same year, but it will be April. So one more, so 3. And this will be April 19th. Great. So now we can just go ahead and do the same thing here. So year. First, let's go ahead and just do date year for each of them. And instead of doing it like this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this part and again do the same thing we did previously, right? So actually what we can do here is we can select this part and just Control D up to the end so that we select all of them. So I'm just going to then go and paste the date. Now I'm going to go down. You can see I have multiple cursors. I'm going to do it down and I'm going to do year here. So we have set up everything here. So now it is April, May. Okay. So here it was 2. Now it would be 3. And May would be following April, so 4. Again, you can see a pattern now. Then it would be 4 again. Then it would be 5. Then it would be 5 again. And it would be 6. If I'm not mistaken, obviously. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. March, again, up we go to March. So this is the way we should do it. So again, we repeat the end months here, and we provide the new months down here. So again, if this was 7, guess 7. We get 8. Okay, it might be a bit tedious. You can skip ahead or maybe fast forward here using different methods. I think you can hold on the on your screen if you're watching on YouTube to get it to be faster here. Okay. So next up from our after we finish this, we're gonna try to compare each of our user inputs to the different signs here. So that will be a bit tricky here, obviously, because comparing dates is not as easy as comparing just single numbers. This will be 0. So after 12, actually, the max we can go is 11. So after 11, we want to go back to 1. Actually 0. Then we want to do 0 and 1. So that's make sure that 0 is January and 1 is February. So again, we want to say 1 and 2. So if you did this correctly, the first and the last would match. So 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, and 2. Okay. So everything here is correct now. Again, we have to go and include the dates. So 21 and 19. Now, the dates here, they're actually pretty simple. There isn't really anything complicated about the dates. Don't use zero-based indexing. So yeah, just go ahead and include all of these dates here. And while I'm doing that here, I'm just gonna talk about how we will implement the comparisons. So in JavaScript, actually comparisons follow the same pattern as just select the biggest Uh, date is selecting the later dates. So selecting, for example, any date in January would be less than any date in February. So the way you select, like the way you compare them might be a bit different. But overall, it is basically very simple when you get the hang of it. So I'm gonna be looking into that in a bit more detail here. So let me just go ahead and finish this. It's 23 Virgo, and I think it's 22 at the end. Yeah, 23, 22 again here. 23, 22. By the way, this projects, as I always say, will be provided to you in the description down below. So you can go right there and just see the actual code, everything. So if I make a mistake here while I'm filling it out, make sure to comment it down below. Or you can, if you can ignore it, you can just correct it on your own system when you're working uh, on the project on your own. So I highly advise you to be following along on this project. So just go ahead and do that. Okay. So January 19th, so 019. And we have two more. So it is 20 here and 19, I believe, 18. By the way, don't worry about February. JavaScript does lots of things to calculate if February is a 28th or a 20th date. So really don't have to worry about that. So again, if you did this correctly, the last date should match with the first date. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so since we have all of these dates filled, we now have our conversion factors for science. And we can actually call this sign conversion just to be consistent. And let's go back and change this to sign conversion. Okay, great. So we have done a lot here, including having a structured date and converting the signs into the proper orientation. Now, all that remains for us is to actually uh, compare the signs and figure out where which each user's sign, then just applying it to the HTML. Now, for the HTML, this would be quite simple. Uh, Again, so we're going to be working with that more next time. Yeah, so I think that's quite enough for one video here. Let's just end this by just git add all. Here we will commit our code to GitHub as we always do. Added sign conversion, which is the primary thing that we did here. We also could have said end get and got structured dates, but no problem. So we can say git push finally. And after a couple of seconds here, yeah, great. So thanks for watching. Next time we're going to be continuing with the project and finalizing with the JavaScript. Till next time, goodbye. So last time we finished on creating structured dates and actually getting the sign conversions with this JavaScript file here. Today I'm going to be doing a bit more with that information here. The first thing I want to do is not only get the structured dates, but actually the dates as well. And here, what we want to do is we want to use those sign conversions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say signs equals, and I'm going to use the sign conversion, get sign conversion here. Okay, what the name of the function get sign for the months, I believe it was months conversion. This will be get sign conversion. So let's just change it here. And here it would be get sign conversion. Again, if I can type today, get sign conversion. Okay. And here we need the date, the year. So I'm going to say dates. And if we just say dates, for example, let's just do this console log dates, right? So if we now, from the user inputs, we can see this is the dates since we are pasting, but we can say does get dates, I believe. So now if we do 1 and 1900, this will be 1. If we do it with 19, for example, this would be 19. Even if we do 0, 2, it will be just 2. So this is actually what we want. So I'm going to say dot get date. So now we can just see what the signs are. Obviously, we are returning the signs here. So if we now paste it here, and let's say I'm born on February the 2nd, maybe 1980. And we can see we have a long list with around 12 signs, I believe. And each, for example, for this one is Tuesday, February 18, 1902. Okay, sorry. We don't need the date. We need the year. Obviously we are passing in the year. So let's say O2 again, maybe April this time, 1980. So now this will be Sunday, January 20, 1980. Great. So all of them you can see will have a 1918 year. So we got this now. So let's just include it here. And next up, what we want to do is we want to compare it to the date the user inputs it. So again, if you need a refresher, the user inputs variable here just belongs to the dates that the user inputs, right? So we created a date here for that. So instead of compiling it each time, if we say, for example, 12th of January, maybe 1900, you can see we got the date due to this variable. Now we want to compare that with each sign. So that's very simple actually. So we want to start by saying signs dot for each, right? So for each sign, this is the syntax, sign dot for each sign here. We want to go and compare it. So we want to check something. Okay, so these are the signs. Let's remove this unwanted file for now. These are the signs. So for each of the signs, let's just consider the first one, Aries only. We want to say the dates of the user. Okay, so the user's birthday. So we want to check if the user's dates is in between the start dates and the end dates. How do we do that? First, we want to compare if the user's date is greater than or equal to the sign dot start date, I believe. So it is, yeah, start date. Just make sure this spelling is correct. Also, JavaScript is type capitalization sensitive, so just make sure of that. So if the dates of the user's birth is greater than this start date or equal to, because we're going to consider each of these dates as part of the actual sign, or we want to end actually. So use two and signs to indicate end. And the date here, again, the date here is now less than or equal to the sign dot end date, right? So end dates from here. So if this holds true, what you want to do is basically just say, we want to do let's see, we want to do console.log. Actually, let's create a new variable here, const user sign equals, first of all, it would be unknown. And instead of const, I'm going to say let, because we want to change the result in the future. So here, what I want to do, if that holds true, I want to say user sign this equals to the sign, the current sign, right? So now if we just paste that there and let's try it out. So 21 January 2000. So 21 January 2000. Uh, obviously January here, if we go right at the end, 0, here this should be Aquarius, right? So we want to zero sign of for each is not a function. Okay. Let's see. Uh okay, so yeah, the reason that's not a function here is because here this is actually an object, right? So uh for objects it's a bit different. Now it would be nice if we could just do this with our arrays here. It would be nice if we could have these objects just simply inside of our arrays, but that doesn't work typically. So what we have to do here is we should use something called uh, iterating over functions, objects, right? So it's a bit interesting. So let's console the log signs just to see how this works. Now, if we just console the log signs and do 1 2000, for example, we can see objects. So now if we do signs, actually for loop for let I equals 0, as long as I in range, actually as long as I is less than or equal to signs dot size. Now do objects have links? Okay, let's just console the log signs dot length, for example, just to test it out. This will probably be 2000 and 2000 here. Undefined, because objects don't have lengths. Objects, do they have keys that we can directly access if we do this? Undefined. So objects do have keys, but it's kind of tricky to access them. I'm going to show you, actually I did not show you till now the proper way of searching for your answers. So for example, we want to search, this is what we want to search for, iterating over JavaScript objects. So this is the proper way you should access. Or you can say iterating over objects, JavaScript. Or you can just say JavaScript iterating over objects. So you always have to mention the program language to actually get the proper answer. So let's just paste it here. And most of the time you will get your answer from one of these sites. Stack Overflow, MDN actually is very good, but it is quite tricky to work with, right? So if let's just go to MDN because it has the best results, but it's quite tricky to work with for beginners, especially. This is actually almost the official sort of documentation for JavaScript. So let's see what this says. So we have our list of objects and for const property in objects. So property basically means A, B, and C. In object basically means in this object, right? So we get all of the values from this. So instead of saying, first of all, let user be null, and instead of saying signs.for each, we want to do a for loop, right? So that's what it was saying. For it was saying const property signed in signs. Okay. So again, I'm following the syntax. Const property, each property is assigned in the object. The object is the signs object, right? So you have to make sure that you translate this into your code as much as possible. So we don't need this for loop. If for each actually, we can just paste it here and this should work perfectly. Right, so we still have the signs, and just to test this out first, let's see if we console the log each side here. Now, you could have gotten the answer if you go over here to Stack Overflow. Uh, you have to look at the answers. The more upvotes, most of the time, this makes it more plausible, and you get some extra information here, which you have to scroll to get in this case. But I believe as much as possible, using the direct documentation is the best way. So now let's just do 21 January and 2000 here. Then as you can see, we get all the signs. So if we do this, right? So actually this won't work for for a good reason. Let's just sponsor the log user sign and see what happens. 21, 2000. And as you can see, it won't work because here when we say sign, we are only getting the text form of this sign here. So we're getting Aries, Taurus, I think Gemini, Cancer, and we're getting these parts, the keys. These are called the keys. And now we're not getting the values. So for us to actually get the values, what we have to do is we have to say for each sign, we want to I want to say instead of this, I want to say signs at the index of sign here. So if I now change this here, and we will keep just the sign here since that's what we want. Now if we just do that, and if we just go here at 2000 here, you can see basically null because this isn't really changing. But now let's just comment this out and test out what we are doing. Let's say signs, right? So signs at sign. Okay, so what is the result of this? Okay, so we are getting the actual signs. Okay, so then are we getting any sign here? So is this matching anything? So 21 and 2000 here. Okay, so it's not matching anything. So now we want to test some parts out, right? So we want to say date greater than or equal to sign. Okay, so we want to start by saying sign, comma. So this comma is a JavaScript way of just, when you console a log, just separating your console logs. So does the JavaScript actually works? Okay, so false, 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 false. Okay, false for each of them. Why is that the case? Okay, quite simply, what we can do is we can just show you console the log here, test out the sign here. Okay. Actually, we should have said is that dates greater than or equal to the sign dot start date. Okay, now let's see if that makes any difference. Okay, true. Every time. So, what if we change it to February? Let's clear this to make sure. Again, true for every time. So, again, JavaScript dates are a bit tricky. So let's see what this means actually. So date and signs at sign dot start date. Okay. Let's do October, which is a later date. So invalid date. So both of these are currently executed as invalid dates, which is very interesting. Now let's see if this is an invalid date first of all. So 20. Okay, let's do October here. Invalid date. So something broke here. Something did break to make this invalidated. So let's go back and make our way back. So we are getting the dates from the get structure date here. And now we can go here and console the log the dates here. Okay, 21, 2000 here, for example. Okay, for January it works. For October, why isn't it working? So for October, it is invalid, which is quite interesting. Why is that? Okay, let's see. It is October. Maybe the spelling here. It is October. I think since it's from the month, we want to check out this part. Let's see. If we just go to October here and maybe 2001, undefined, then invalid date. So this here is undefined. Interesting. So now let's see if the user input dot months is correct. You see how we are working backwards to figure out what mistakes have been made. So it is October. Great. So we have this. Why can't we do this then? So this is where the issues occur. So we get October. Why can't we do months.october? So months conversion. Let's just constant log months conversion here. So again, 2000 here. January, February, March, April, May, October. Okay, but it is undefined. What if we do just add October? Okay, we get 9, but here it is now working with this conversion factor. Which is kind of weird because it is working for any other months here, but for some reason with October it is not working. Now we want to check if this is something occurring with any other months. So November, for example, December. No, it is not occurring for any other months, as it seems. Only for October. Only for October. Okay. Now this will be kind of difficult to figure out, right? So October, and let's go to the HTML and see what value this October has. So let's just copy, just make sure that it is not anything. Okay, you see it was October, and here it was October. Okay, so that's the reason. You can see how we got back one by one and solved that. So 2000 here. Again, now it is working. So we get the 9th month. Okay, so it's not October, it is October. Great, so now let's go back here into the main.js file and just test out our dates. So, okay, we got the dates and we got the now signs slash @sign dot start date. Okay, well, let's just test it out and just be sure, let's test it out with October. Okay, so we got both of the dates here, this Monday and the Sunday here. So we got both of them. And okay, so what is it in this case? In this case, why isn't it working? Okay, it is working. Okay, so how could we compare these dates, right? So the comparison is not working. That's the biggest problem that we are facing. The comparison here is not working. So if we say January 2000 here, it is always true. It is always true that the date here the user was born in, January 1, 2000, is less than each of the other dates. But what if we say greater than? So if we say greater than, does this hold true? No, it does not. Okay. What if we instead say, instead of January, February? Let's clear this, February. It is not. Okay, so I think the reason is that we should be only comparing the dates, the actual dates, the structured dates. So, for example, if we have a way of structuring dates, can we compare them? Is the question here. So we have the structured dates, and let's just copy this part for now. Again, we are using so many console.logs, but it's going to be worth it at the end. So let's create a new console.log, console.log. Now we want to do, for each of these, let's just say cons s dates, structured date, that is this date dot to local string, and we want to say const s sign or structured sign dates, which will be this part. And we're gonna have to localize it. So now we want to do s dates greater than, for example, s sign. So 2000. Okay. So we get false, true, false, false. So I think this is the proper way of doing it. Now for the s date, we already have it structured, right? So we have the structured dates. Now the reason this works is because we are only comparing the month, the date, and the year with the weekday, not comparing the GMT, the time. So I think that was the problem there. So if we say this, we just need the structured sign. Let's remove the structured date here, and instead of the date, we want to do structured date, and here as well, structured date. And just to make this easier to work with, let's separate them in separate lines. And instead of saying all of this, and we want to say structured start date, and we want to do structured here, instead of start, we want to say end. Okay, so let's just get this part here. Structured here, this should be structured start date. So let's just copy it. This should be structured end date. And now let's console about the sign, if this works. January 1, 2000, for example. Okay, it is still null. Let's see. What if we remove this test and see if at least one of them works? Okay, so one of them works, but no date is has both of these parameters. So the structured date, is it, let's think of it logically, right? So could the structured date be greater than or equal to the start date? Okay, it could. But could it be less than or equal to the end date, which is the question. Now, for it to be, for this case to hold, the end date should obviously be greater than the start date, right? So let's actually test it out. Structure date, structure start date, structured end dates, right? So obviously the structure start date should be less than structured end dates. And for each of them, this should hold true. Okay, it always holds false for some reason. And I think I know the reason. I think JavaScript might actually be comparing this in opposite order. So if we maybe change the sign here, if we change the sign, and if we console the log, the user side, might this work? Okay, still null. And if we console the log here, works. Let's just go to load this text. And does this ever work? Okay, never. Okay, it does not get to this point, which is very interesting. Okay. Let me just think of this. So sometimes it is uh good to take a look back and stop coding for a minute and try to figure it out. So okay, let's uh okay, what could we test? Okay, let's remove the clutter from here. I want to get the structured date first of all. I want to get the start date and I want to get the end date. Right? So this will be a longer video, just hold on with me. Now I could have cut this part or maybe prepared this, but I think this is very important for you to understand. So okay, so each of these come in groups of 3. You can see here there is a problem. We are getting 100. We see as the year, so that's the reason everything so wrong has been going wrong. So get year, that's the reason. Okay, now let's remove this for now. And and let's think about this. Why is this happening? So console log science, right? So if you do science 1000 for each of these, it is going 100, which is interesting. Okay, because we are using the dates here. Okay, say dates dot get year. Okay, let's see what's result this is actually yielding. So if we say 2000, okay, it is 100 for some reason. What about get full year? Is this a better way? Or actually the proper way? Okay, so we should have been doing get full year. Okay, so now we have fixed that problem. So 2000. Again, it's not working, but we want to at least at this point try to paste all of these. And 2000 again, this should yield us, okay, Saturday, January 1, 2000, okay, and Tuesday, March 21, 2000, Tuesday, March 21, 2000. Okay, so these two seem to be the same. Structure start date and end date. And that's because we are applying the end dates both ways. So what if we say end date start and end date? So 1, 2000, already property on 2 or call date string. Okay. End start, I'd say that should be end date. Okay. 1, 2000 again. Let's see. So now we get Aquarius. Great. But is that the proper way? Now let's just stop this for now. And let's go to the sign conversion. Now, if we want to get Aries, it should be between these two dates. So this is obviously we have the year. The year doesn't matter, right? So let's say 1980, for example. The year doesn't matter. This month is, so 0 would be January, February, and this is March, and this is April. So we can say March. And if we do between March 21 and April 19, let's say March 27, right? So this should now yield Aquarius, Aries actually. Only is Pisces. Okay. Why is that here? This is here. Okay, I believe I know the problem. Maybe we should change this. Now, what should that yield? So 27, 1980, and it's March. Okay, so now it gives Cancer. Okay, now again, we got into a good level, but we still haven't figured it out. Okay, let's see how JavaScript date conversion works. So let's say we have a start. Let's say we have a date 1, and this would be new date. It would have the year 2000 to it. It will be the 8th of February, so that's 1. So date 1 would be September, actually. Okay, yeah, September, the 8th month and the first day. Okay, we have date 2. Okay, new date. Again, 2000, but this time we want it to be January. So I'm going to go, actually, let's do February. So 1 and February, maybe 12. Okay, so day 2, again, February 12th. Okay, so now we want to test if the date 1 is equal to the date 2. Obviously, it is false. Now, is September greater than this February date? Again, it is true. It's not less than, it is greater than. Great. So that's how dates go. Working with dates actually occurs, right? Now, saying that, we still have to figure out this in our own way. So let's console the log, the structured dates. Actually, at this point, it is obvious that we can compare them just as they are. So can we just remove everything here and just use this instead of structured start date, just to make it more convenient to work with? Can we actually just use this without ever localizing it? Okay. Now let's test it out if it still works to 2000. Okay, no, it doesn't work for some reason. Let's test it out actually. Let's go one by one as we did like before, right? Console the log here. We want to actually this should be date for both of them, date. I think that was the reason it didn't work previously. Still not working. Interesting. Okay. Now let's just console log the dates. Let's start with that. Okay. We get the 1st of January 2000. Very good. Now let's console the log the signs. Not sign. Okay, let's actually just take this. And let's do the same thing we did here. Okay, so the first one is January the 1st, and here is Tuesday, March 21. Again, January the 1st, and it continues like this. So as it appears to me, January the 1st should be less than most of these, right? So how do we get it to match in the Aries sector, right? So remember, Aries is, if we go sign conversion, is the first one. So if we go 27th of March, as we did previously, and let's clear this, you can see 27th of March is definitely greater than 21st of March. But it is, I believe it is, okay, so let's actually continue here with the end date, just to see it. Okay, 27th of March, 2000. So if we go up, so 27th of March is definitely greater than 21st of March, but is less than 19th of April. So let's go ahead and do this comparison. On the log is date here greater than signs. We can copy this, doesn't matter. So the first one should definitely be true, right? So 2000 here. Okay, some of them are false, but this one is definitely true. Now, if we go like 20th of March, this should instantly be false. Great, so it is false. Again, 27th of March, that is true. Then we want to go down here and test if it is either equal to actually here, and test if it is less than or equal to the end date, because it definitely is, right? So that should obviously be true as well. So 2000. 27th of March, 2000. Okay, so both of these are true. And no other two are true here. False, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true. Again, everything here is, this is true, false. Everything here is false, true. Sorry, here. Give me a moment. Sorry. I know this is taking a bit too long than the other videos, but working with dates is notoriously difficult and we need to know how to debug that. So this here holds true. So, but do both of them hold true? We can now combine these, right? So we can say, does this and this hold true? Is that the case? So for 27th of March, 2000. So each of these, as you can see, is false for each date, but the first one is true. So here we have to copy this and instead I use this. So here the end will remain, but we want to test this and we want to test this. Okay, so here we can, that's the same condition. So let's console the log working at some point, at least at some point. Let's console the log working just to make sure it is reaching that point. So it is working only here. You can see, great. So we need to then use this. We need to make sure that the user sign is being applied. Okay. Now final test here. And the problem is probably here. And it is Aries now. It is being applied and it is working. You see how we worked backwards to fix our problem? Sometimes you don't even know what you fixed, but by just going step by step, it becomes obvious that this is working. Okay, now let's refresh. 27th of March, 2000. Aries, great. Now, what if we say 27th of April? Now, this should be under sign conversion. It should be under Taurus. So here, Taurus. What if we say January the 1st? So 1 January 2000. So which date is that? That is the 0, this here, right? So it is between the end of December and the start of January. So it should be Capricorn. Okay. And again, okay, you see we are getting an error. Why is that? So that's good to test, right? So testing is always good in this case. So we want to test it for the 1st of January. And we want to do the same thing, console the log. Now we can console log our dates because now we know how everything is working. Are we getting the dates right? January the 1st, 2000. Okay, we are getting the dates right. And are we getting the signs right here? First 2000. Okay, yeah, the start date. And it should be true for this one, right? So January the 1st, the start date. Is it greater than February? No, it is not, because February was in a different year. Okay, so that's the biggest problem we are facing here. So what we can do here is go to the conversion factor, and for this here, so it was good up to like the 8th, the 9th, the 9th, the 10th, the 10th, the 11th, and the 11th months. But here, when we get to the 0 months, you can see we are entering a new year, right? So for that, what we want to do for this to work is do -1, right? For each of the years. So -1, -1, -1, and -1. It is either or plus or -1. We're going to test it out in a moment here, 2000. And now we want to test is here, we want to test, is January 1 greater than February 19th of the last year? And it definitely is, right? So let's test it out. Let's go one by one and test it out. Is this date greater than or equal to the start date? And it definitely should be, right? So 2000. Again, here it is true. It holds true. But it is it, if we just console the log now, the end date here, does that hold true for the end date? Is it, okay, so this is the end date here, January, this is our date. Is January the one less than March 20, 1999? So that shouldn't be the case. So here, starting from where we go from 10 to 11 to 0 here, what we want to make sure is that the end dates are not actually being changed here. So let's remove this from the end dates. Since the end dates should be in the same year, but the beginning ones should be from a different year. Actually, does this only apply here? Do we need to apply this for February? We're going to test it out. But for now, let's do January 1, 2000. And we're getting Pisces. Okay. Where is Pisces? So it is here. But we know that January 1 here is between this and this. So what? Okay. Maybe instead of plus, let's minus, let's try plus. Now we gain null. Great. Okay. So this was the proper way to do it. But we are still getting Pisces. Now, I know this video is getting a bit longer than anticipated. We are like at 43 minutes, but I think this is the most informative video of the series so far. So let's try to figure this out. This is our date, January 1. Again, January 1, is it greater than February 19? Wait, February 19 is the start date. Okay, it shouldn't be, right? It shouldn't be, but because of the year difference, it is. Okay, because of the year difference, it is. But in reality, January 1 should be less than February 19th, 99. But it should be, wait, okay. Let's actually create a separation here, console log. Here, let's do something like this, right? So when you do January 1, 2000 now, you get separations for each of them. So we're now pasting the dates, start date, end date. And since the last one is for Pisces, that's happening there, but we want to check where January 1 should be. It should be here in Aquarius, right? So it should be, this is January 1, January. Okay. January 1 should actually be between here. Okay, it should be right here between the end of the year and the start of the year. So let's go 3 up here. Here is the Capricorn. And is January 1 greater than the start date, which is December 22? No, it should be December 22 of the last year. Okay, so let's go here and do -1. Interesting. So what we're having here is actually interesting. We are having everything here on the same year. And when we are getting to the year when we change, then the actual problems start to occur. So here is the problem. January 1 is not greater than December 22. It is though less than January 19. So we need to make sure that this is less than by just doing -1 here. Okay, so 1 2000 here, and we're still getting Pisces, but let's look at these. Is January 1 greater than December 22 of the last year? Definitely is. Is January 1 less than January 19? Again, it definitely is, but we're still getting Pisces. Okay. So we need to test this out, right? So we need to say, is it greater than the start date? Again, this is true. Again, is it less than the end date? End date. Okay, it holds true for both this and this and this. So it is applying for the last one. So that's not what we want. Here, I think we just need this to be true for the switch of the year, right? Now what if we remove this for both of these guys? It becomes Capricorn, because here for the other ones, since we already passing the switch of the year, we can simply just compare it as we would do otherwise, right? So now we are getting what we want, but that's not enough. The reason it's not enough is because we want to test it out for each of these. So we want to recursively test it. So if we want to do Pisces, we want to check if it is between February and March. So let's do March 1. So March 1. This should give us Pisces. Great. Again, if you want this should be between January 20 and February 18th. So let's do February 1 here. Let's do February 10. Okay. Now we get Aquarius. Now, if you want this to be the case, it should be between the end of the December year and the start here. So let's do January, for example, 9, and it's Capricorn. So it is working. And again, there should be some testing algorithm for this. We're not going to be talking about unit testing, stuff like that, in this course. So I'm not going to be covering that much really. But I think by just applying some conversions at the end of the year, we got it working. Okay. So now this might still have some issues, some errors. So just make sure that you go in and test it out and try to figure it out. So if there are some errors, on my own time, I'm gonna try to figure it out. But you do the same as well. So I think now we are ready. All that is remain is we have the sign. So I'm gonna say get user sign.js. So const get, I'm gonna just make this modular, get user sign. And here we'll have this. And let's just cut this part out, paste it here. Okay, we just need the date and the signs. Right, so that's all that we passing. So const get user sign. This will be user sign, actually user sign. This will be get user sign. And we are passing in the dates and the signs. Okay. So we don't need this. We can just cut this part out here. And finally, we can return this user sign right here. Now for this to work, we need to go and import it in our HTML. So I'm just gonna import it right here into scripts, get user sign defer. Now you don't need defer for this file, but I'm just gonna be sure and just include it there. Now, final thing to do is console log user sign. And let's go for someday like June 12, 1990. Now June 12, where should this be? If we go to here, June is January, February, March, April, May, June, right? So the 6 months, that is the 5th month here. So it should be, if we say June 12, June 12 is between June 20. Actually it's between the 4th and here. Okay, so it should be Gemini. Gemini, great. So now we can continue here. And let's just finish this off by saying git add all git commit with a message completed sign comparisons and git push. Okay, so thanks for watching. That was all for this video. Next time I'm going to be working with the DOM, document object model, and making the HTML responsive to our calculations and our inputs from JavaScript, and that would be not too hard. And thanks for watching. I know this is quite a longer video than usual, but really hope you enjoyed and learned so much from it. Again, until next time, goodbye. So last time we spent a lot of time working on this website here on the JavaScript. Now we have done most of the work, but one thing remains. I've actually noticed that if we actually go here and around here, right, where we are switching years between December and the new December here. If we go on December 11, for example, December 21 is the final date. So if we go December 23 and 2000, for example, we get no, because we are jumping some couple of days of December right here. So we need a way of fixing that. Now I figured it out. A way is just, for example, if we could duplicate this, what would happen is we could have two versions of this where we don't do the year, the minus year. Okay. Now if we do it this way, and if we do, for example, December 24, what will happen is, let's see, it will become null, because we cannot have duplicate values here. For example, if we say Capricorn 1 here, and do 24 December, then 2000, it will be null still, because actually I don't know. So let's see what happens here. Let's see. Let's go to get user sign here. This will be this. And let's just console the log it. So console the log the signs. And as we do that here, you'll notice, okay, it's kind of annoying to write this every time. But you'll notice that we have Capricorn and Capricorn 1. Here, the first one starts on 1999. But this one actually is still on December. Now let's do the same thing we did previously to test it out. We start with the dates, and let's do the start date and the end date. Now, one question here before that, before everything, is can we have duplicate signs in JavaScript? So if we just remove this Capricorn 1, and let's just say 1, 2000, okay, 2020. You can see we have two Capricorns, but only one of them is active. Okay, so what will happen is this will be overridden by this. So we need to do Capricorn 1 for this one, and by just doing that, here we can override. We don't need to override the first one. So let's just do 1 and 2000. And if we look at here, we got both of them. Okay. Okay. So how do we now do this? Let's test it out. Let's refresh, for example, and do December 24, 2000. And here, so this should be as Capricorn 1, right? So this is, if we go to, this will be from the bottom 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Capricorn 1, okay. So now let's get to go here, and let's just paste these as we did last time, if you remember. So 2000 here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. So is December 24 greater than December 22? Yes, it is. It is. Is it less than January 19? No, it's not, because here, this one, January, should be +1. Okay? So let's do here, this is A, Capricorn A, and this is Capricorn B. Okay, so now this should be 2000 here. Now this should be Capricorn A, because if you go 1, 2, 3, and 4, it applies. But if we do, for example, January, for Capricorn B, which is January, for example, let's say 10, this should be Capricorn B. Now, great. Now, we can't really do Capricorn A and B when we are actually showing it to the user. So the way of doing that is we have to kind of normalize it. That's just formatting our text in a way that makes sense. So we got the user side from here. Let's remove everything here. We don't need it. Now, if, again, after this, we want to test, actually here, we want to test if user side is equals Capricorn A here, which is from the side conversion, or again, user side equals Capricorn B. Then what you want to do is you want to basically say that user side is only so let's see, is only Capricorn. All right, so hopefully by doing this, we get, if we go January 1, for example, 2000, it's Capricorn. If we go December 25, is again Capricorn. So this works. So everything there is done. Now all that remains is just basically to include this. So if you remember, we had this commented out, say that this should be for some dynamic text. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing here. Yeah, so let's start. So how do we do this? I'm going to create a new file here, and that's going to be to show results or display results. Sorry, display results.js. Display results.js. Okay. I want to do result here again. And let's include this. Obviously, it's very important. Also, it's very important that you use defer for this one, since we're going to be using some DOM manipulation. Display results and defer. Okay, so const display results. This will be just a function. Now here, obviously, we're going to be using it in the main. Now, instead of just loading the user side, what we want to do is we want to first we want to get the DOM elements here. So get elements, and the only element we'll need is the result display element here, document query not actually gets element by ID, and this should be, let's go back, and I'm going to show you a very simple way of doing this. First, let's go here into the result display, and let's go to ID and say result display. Nothing really fancy here. Sorry, nothing really fancy here, and we can just go and apply this. So now in the main.js, what we want to do is we want to say result display elements dot inner HTML. Now here, using this, we can apply any changes we want. For example, if we say inner HTML hello, then when we submit something, this will be hello. Great, but we don't want to show hello. We want to instead change this up. So I'm going to break this kind of into separate lines. And instead of 2 points, I'm going to use this here, which is the backticks, which will be used for a better string concatenation. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy the image here. Okay. Let's actually just have this like this and get this here. So here. So you can see this is text, and not only the image, but the actual class. So the actual paragraph. So this is what we want. Now we're not going to be changing the class. We're just going to be changing the source, the alt, and the text here. Very important. So for the source, we already have the user sign. So you want to just say in $sign and curly brace, we want to say user sign, right? So let's test it out. Let's say we get some Capricorn, right? So the 25th of December 2000. So if you remember, we have under assets and I think it was science here, we got Capricorn somewhere. So this is the one we should get. So submit, and you can see that it's changed flawlessly into this. Now, not only that, but we want to also show the user their date of birth right here. Okay, so where do we do that here? Okay, let's go in here, and you're born on, then inside of this span here, we just want to show the structured dates, right? So, and here we want to say structured dates. And I want to give this some space just to be more organized. Now let's see. So if we say 25th of December 2000, obviously it should, let's say 1960. Now this should say Sunday, December 25, again here, December 1916. Perfect. Very nice. Okay, so what's next? We want to show the sign. Okay, how do we show the sign? Obviously, we also need to make it capitalized. So let's do this. We want to do what we want to do here actually is we want to put this inside of a span, right? So span, and this will be capped. So this class will just make sure it is capped. We need to obviously go back to the styles one more time. Under utils, I'm going to create a utility for appearance.css and dot capped, and this will be text transform, and this will be capitalized. Very simple. Let's go back here and include it. Okay, we're all almost done. Now if we go here into the main. Now if, for example, if this does not exist, look what happens. We can change this, right? We can change this to be our sign. So user sign again. So 25 December 2000, and it is changed. Okay, since the font family is all capped, it won't really make a difference. But for people reading using a screen reader, this will definitely do make a difference. So let's see. Let's go here, and it is small letter. But if we do capped here, let's see. So it is 25. Let's see, 1999. So now here it is still Aquarius, but here it is capped, and this means under CSS styling, if this had, for example, a font family of sans serif, it will be capitalized, as you can see. Okay, so is this it? Are we done? Is the question here. Not quite. We have to take this and make it modular, right? So let's cut this and paste it here. So we will need the user sign, structured date. I believe this is the two things we're going to be needing. So here we can just say display results, and we're going to call user sign on this, pass it as parameters or arguments here, and structure dates. So finally, let's test out our program here, our websites, so you can see good layout. Now let's see. Let's say I was born on the 6th of August 2011, right? So when I click see your sign, I am a Leo, Saturday, August 6th, 2011. So this is now a fully functional website that is fully responsive as well. Here you can see how responsive it is. And let's test it out, right? So let's go into the site conversions and let's pick out, for example, let's say Virgo. So it should be the 7th month, which is January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So August here. So August 24 is in Virgo, I think. August 24. Let's say 2011, doesn't matter. It's your sign. Virgo. August 24, 2011. So after so much trial and error, after so much learning, so much concept, so much HTML, CSS, JavaScript, we are finally done with our actual code. One thing remain, which is to commit it. Where we started everything is also where we're gonna end this by a simple commit. Git add all. Git commit with a message finalized, finished DOM manipulation. This is the process called DOM manipulation, where we changed our HTML from JavaScript. Also completed project. Okay. Now let's just do the final command, git push, and that's it. Now notice we could have done everything that we did in this course on one HTML, one CSS, and one JavaScript file. But if you actually look at our code base, this is a product ready application that can grow, that can scale. This is a sort of application that you can deploy and actually make money out of it, make advertisements out of it. It's not just tutorial code. This actual HTML, CSS, JavaScript vanilla project. Okay, so that's it for this course. Really, really hope you enjoyed. Uh, it's it's a bit long, to be honest. I think it's about 6 or 7 hours. I might be mistaken. But I really hope you enjoyed and learned so much out of it. I'm gonna be keeping to provide you with incredible resources like this. Next time, I'm gonna be going back into the web design, UI/UX design world. But I really want to thank you for watching this video and this course, for following along and learning. Really hope you enjoyed again. And until next time, goodbye. State. I'm gonna be having lots more of courses that are aims at more beginners and also have more advanced topics. So you can check out the channel to learn more. I have lots of courses, especially on design, if that's something you want to get into. So yeah, thanks for watching. I know this was a long course, but I think I provided some value for you to get better in the terms of front-end development. Until next time, goodbye.